Hello, welcome back. Well, today is another remastering, fixing a class for Dungeons and Dragons, 5e, whatever, uh, mazes and monsters. And anyway, I thought this would be an interesting exercise. This is going to take me a little while. I'm going to put up a poll. Feel free to take part in that poll to give me an idea of where you would like me to start. For those of you who have been here before, this takes me a long time, so this is probably going to be 4 or 5 hours of me working my way through everything. So there's going to be plenty of time. You can jump in and out all you like. You can give feedback. Yes, I'm going to start off with what I normally do, which is give you sort of an overview of where my head is at, and then we'll start plugging away at the rogue. In any case, that's it. Let's get cracking into this, shall we? Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Wheeler, and today I'm going to talk about role-playing games, Dungeons and Dragons, 5e compatible, 5e full stop. Really, it's the rogue. We're remastering, fixing the rogue. And I know what you're thinking, because I've kind of had the same thoughts. To a large extent, I feel like the rogue doesn't really need a lot of work. I think the 5e rogue does most of what a rogue needs to do reasonably well. There are a few things that my group had decided we could probably improve on by including, and so that's where my head is at. Is we'll work our way through that today. So, but before I do that, I want to just go over some of the design goals. I do this each time I run the stream, as I go over the design goals so that people are aware where my head is at. I'm not trying to just do whatever the audience says, okay? Because whether Wizards of the Coast realizes it or not, you can't actually design something that's good by just designing it by committee. Because if everybody has got a different sort of perspective, you wind up going in different directions. So I want to make it clear what my goals are, what I'm trying to achieve. So first off, in terms of the goals, I'm going to actually share this with you so you can actually see it rather than me just reading straight from it, which I normally do, which is fine, I guess, but no, I won't do that. I will at least share this document with you so you can see. Okay, there we go. That's it. So my design goals, as always, design a class that I like, that I personally like, and my home group, my group of people that I've been playing with for 7 or 8 years, they want to play it as well. I want to make something that we're actually invested in. I'm not trying to do what Wizards of the Coast is doing, which is try to make something that is marketed for a broad audience, okay? That's the game you buy from them. I'm doing something else because I think they've left a lot out. So ensure the class has a wide spread of features that covers all the pillars of play. So that means exploration, social interactions or dialogue, combat, world building, and a little mystery thing. Okay, now a lot of people are probably going to get confused by world building, but I can assure you at high level, even a rogue should be world building, and there should be some sort of element there, in my opinion. It has been in the past. They've simply removed it. Wizards of the Coast removed that aspect from the rogue later on. Now, you'll also know that the rogue, to a large extent, sort of covers all of this reasonably well, except for the world building. Okay, spread out the class features across the levels. I want to make level 10 features and upward. I want them to not suck. I think almost all of the classes suffer from this in some way, where they just aren't very good, and they're just not strong enough. So the only thing that seems viable is to multi-class. Okay, level 10 features need to have a bit of fluff, and they also need to have a story quest requirement. This is something my group personally requested. They said, we want more fluff, but we want a story quest requirement. We want to have to go and do something to get something. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm also going to probably, to a large extent, ignore what Wizards of the Coast has been doing, Paizo, Kobold Press, because in all the time I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons, they've never really made anything that I liked. And my group continually complains about the things that they would like to be able to have the classes do, and they don't. Quite often in many versions of D&D, not just 5e. Eliminate the desire to multi-class from the class by just making the class good enough that you don't need to multi-class or have the desire to multi-class in the first place. I'm actually going to remove class features that use bonus actions if I can. I think that I'm probably not going to be able to achieve that very well, but we'll see. I think I've got a way of doing it. It hasn't been successful with the monk. I'm still struggling with that. And I don't want to rely on the short rest, because the short rest is one of those mechanics which game masters may sort of avoid using. And also too, I think the game would be perfectly fine with just a long rest, and that would be it. Get rid of the short rest completely. But that's what I'll be designing around. So things will not recharge on a short rest. Things will not be tied to a bonus action if I can help it. Next, ensure the Game Master has the necessary tools to adjudicate the higher levels of features. So if I'm going to put stuff in there, I need to make it easy enough for a Game Master to be able to run or allow that class at their table without having to do lots of extra homework. I don't want to generate too much work for them. I want to do the work at my end, which is basically means I'm doing the work for myself and the other Game Masters in my group. Okay, and anybody else who wants to use this. All of this will wind up on Patreon, as it always does. Okay, remove the subclasses and use a different system in its place. So subclasses gone, replaced with a different layout and a different system. That's the goal. That's what I'm trying to achieve. And I have sort of just quickly started putting a table together. I have to actually tidy it up and finish a few things, which I will do in a second. But before I start doing that, I'm going to just pull up my phone, see who's in chat, and then we're going to get started and see what the voting was like in terms of what do I start with. Now, I should have had my phone over here and I've forgotten. It's early for me. I struggle to getting out of bed. Okay, all right, I've got my phone. And we'll pull it up, and with any luck, it will actually track the chat without too much trouble. That would be the. I was starting to watch the survey results on the Dungeons and Dragons channel about the Unearthed Arcana Play Packet 5, and I was getting turned off fairly quickly. Actually, I was like, okay, all right, this is not actually serving me. I've got things that I could do that are more useful. Don't want that. Okay, all right, so let's have a little quick look at who's in the chat, and then we're going to get started. I'm going to take a break probably every hour just to go to use the toilet, and not necessarily to drink, because I will drink all that as I go. All right, so we've got Derp. Hello, Derp. I have a subscription. I have the bell on, and I saw the thumbnail earlier and clicked on the notification, yet I still didn't get a notification. Yeah, look, I will say it now. None of the features that YouTube provides work properly. So notifications have got this really cacky, weird system in place, which basically says you can only be notified 3 times per day. And you'd think you'd have full control over that, like who you want to be notified, when you want to be notified about a particular thing. It doesn't work. So YouTube's notification system is also kind of whack, because as I said, it literally, it's set up to work a particular way. It doesn't even work that way properly. Search engine for YouTube. If you type into the search engine on YouTube, the search engine on YouTube is the worst search engine you will find on the internet. You're much better to use a different search engine. Google would do a better job if you're finding a video. So nothing works properly. My end and other creators on YouTube suffer the same problems as like nothing works properly. It's constantly a hassle, and it's getting worse. So I do apologize. Okay, Shiner81. Sucks. Me neither. I didn't rely on YouTube notifications now. Yes, so Shiner81, this is the one thing you need to bear in mind. It's one of the reasons why I actually post on my community tab. You're more likely to find the live stream on my community tab than you are if you use notifications. I know that sounds weird. Then you've got to note down in your diary like what time and day it's going to actually happen, right? Yeah. Fred, you're not really late. I know goal 8 wants to avoid bonus actions, but maybe the rogue class, they are appropriate as a special rogue thing. Possibly, but if there's a way of removing them, I will do it. It may not be possible. I found with the monk, it was a bit hard to dissect it. I'm not a fan of the bonus action because I think it causes too much confusion, frankly. But anyway, that's beside the point. Okay. Yeah, notifications on YouTube has been broken for like forever. So now I'm going to just jump to the back to my head so I can check the voting. I can't check the voting while I'm on my looking at my phone, unfortunately. All right, so most people do not care what I start with. Revised old systems don't care. All right, there's only 4 votes in there anyway, so that's good. We'll leave that up, and I will just do my own thing then. Like that's pretty easy. That solves a lot of my issues, doesn't it? Okay, so let's work reasonably quickly through this, shall we? Back to here, and it's quite entertaining. Dear. All right, so the rogue. Let's plug in. So I think the first thing that we need to do is we can't call the new features that I'm going to put in. We can't call them clergy discipline. They have to be called something else. And I'm not going to call it archetype or subclass or something like that. So for the rogue, your first job is to come up with some names that would be appropriate, that would work around it. I do not want to call it rogue archetype. It's the one thing I do not want to do. So hashtag, what do we call the new rogue features category? I guess category. Category. There it is. And that's my question to you. So have a think about that while I plug in some details very quickly. I want to do this so that I can just move on. I will probably go straight into the new features rather than look at the revised stuff. As I said, I don't think a lot of the thief. Yeah, but I mean, we're just going to call it thief. Is it thief something? Thief something? Or is it just thief? Expertise. So expertise goes here. Sneak attack goes here. I actually need to add in another column. Don't I? I'd forgotten that. Now, how do you add in another column? Insert row. Insert column. Insert column. Insert column right. Is that my right? That's my right. So insert column right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I got that right. That's that's the first job done. And then we've got to put in a sneak attack. Sneak attack. Okay. Cool. All right. So that's and I'll punch all those all the dice dice and burglar. Okay. All right. Burglar. I am paying attention. Thieves can't will definitely need some work, in my opinion. That is one of those features which, frankly, never gets used. Hello. The Thalden, is it Thalden? Thalden 1. The rogue is useless in 5e. I learned that the hard way. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's useless. But I understand your frustration with it. It's not the first time I've come across that. Cunning action. So one of the things I will definitely be doing is I will be revising a lot of the stuff around the mobster. Thieves can't is like one of those. It's been around from the very get-go, and it was never very good. It's never been that good. It's always been kind of... it's been a pain. You reckon, Fred, just drop it? I actually have a solution, I think. Fred, I may have a solution. I have had many, many years to think about Thieves' Cant and how I would apply Thieves' Cant in a given situation. Whether you agree with me is another story. We don't always agree on stuff, do we? How's it going, Pale Rider? So I just wanted to say, Derp and Fred Hubber, both patrons, thank you for being here. And number two, thieves groups would use the same code. Yeah, they may well do. Yes, they may well do. Exactly. All right, so I've done that. Sneak attack. So the rogue feature is going to be called something else. Fred, that's exactly what I plan to do. I'm going to give them a code maker and code breaker feature. Thieves' Cant should have always been that, if you ask me, and we never got it. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. All right, so uncanny dodge. An uncanny dodge. These might get moved around, people. I'm just plugging them in for now. All right. Level 6 is already very, very busy, but I'm not going to change that fact. We've got expertise again. I'm guessing that's just an just an extension, isn't it? If I remember right. Expertise. All right. What do you got here? Our Thieves' Cant was much like how they describe the Drow's signing language with some added verbal bits. Yes, I know. I'm aware. I am aware. Not a common code. Oh, different codes. Yeah, I get it. Okay. All right. Evasion. Put evasion in here. Evasion's not something I have too much issues with, really. Okay, next. Rogue archetype feature is not going to be at level 9. We're actually putting it at 10. I'll explain that very shortly. So there is a space here. Interesting. Next, level 10, level 11. So one of you'll find is the system I'm replacing archetypes with will be the same progression, so you get them at the same levels no matter what the class. They're not in different places, okay? They're intended to hit and mark specific aspects of your campaign. So, reliable talent. Oh, I never really liked reliable talent that much. Dear, I'm going to have a little... Okay, all right. And I said, there's not too much to do with this. It's pretty good. Blind Sense at level 14. We might put Blind Sense somewhere else. Blind Sense here already looks too chocker in the 14. Slippery Mind. Did anybody ever understand what the heck was going on with Slippery Mind? I don't know about you, but I never really did. We've got our ability score. We've got plain. No, that's not going to be called that. Bonus to poison making or knowledge. You reckon a bonus to poison making or knowledge? So they need to know something about poison. I think we've established that's... Yeah, but I mean, let's get real. That's going to happen. Elusive at level 18. Elusive. Don't want elusive really there. I will probably shift it. And then stroke of luck. And I've never liked stroke of luck. But that is just me. Stroke of luck. Nothing wrong with the name, just the feature itself. Never really worked for me at all. Okay, so that's all of the old stuff in there with obviously some big gaps. And the new stuff has not been established because it's not going to be called cleric followers. And we'll just call this rogue followers for now, I think. And we've got secret society. I think we need to call it something else, which is basically I'm going to give them a guild membership for our rogue. It's one of the things that was asked for by my players. Prisoner should be an optional skill, not a base feature. A poisoner should be an optional skill. Yeah, I get it. I do. I get where you're going with this. Okay. All right. So deity gift. No, we're just going to say it's going to be some sort of gift. And I'm not going to say if it's a. Do we call it a gift? We call it something else. I'll decide. I'll do that later. Okay. And then multiverse. Got multiverse, missionary with a not a missionary. Okay. World traveler. It might be called something else to make sure it's different from everybody else's one. It's not going to be that. I guess it's just going to be called something. I don't know what yet. Safe house. Don't know about stronghold, but safe house was definitely in my on my target. Secret society. It's almost tempting to go secret society, but actually, if anything, I want it to be called something else. I don't know what. Secret. I don't know. We'll come back to that. Okay, so that's sort of just a structure for now. I'm not going to pump in the sneak attack stuff because that doesn't require a lot of brain power. And I want to get the brain power stuff done first. Okay, all right. Helmer, how is it going? Hi there, how are you doing? All right, so let's first off pour over the things that I think we need to have sorted out. Do a little bit of restructuring and then tailor it for our rogue, because I've been following a very set pattern, for those of you who know, but each time I've been doing it, I've been also trying to make sure that it sort of it fits and lines up with what I want them to be able to do. So that is 26. It is 26. Okay, so we just don't need to get rid of this bit. Rogue features. I think that's how I was structuring it. Yes, it is. So, yeah, okay, all right. A little bit slow today, people. It'll get better, I'm sure. And that's that. I'm not really going to change the hit points for the rogue right now. I just don't think there's any necessities to do that. I was actually always fine with how they had structured that. So that's a 16 and bold. 16 and bold. Where are you? 16 and bold. Okay, all right. So we're going to leave that alone. Proficiencies. Not entirely sure if I want to leave it the same. I'm pretty sure I probably will change some of that, but I'm not going to do that today. So we'll leave that as stuff that I will deal with later. So I think what I'll do is I will highlight here, since this is easy stuff to deal with as far as I'm concerned. This is a lot of easy stuff as well. Now that's expertise, so we'll separate that a little bit so that we don't get that mixed up with everything. So there. Stroke it down to here. That's all going to just be yellowed out for now. We're not going to deal with it right now, and we're not going to deal with this either. I'm going to yellow that. Thieves can't. We're not going to deal with that right now, and we are probably not going to deal with cunning action right this very second either. These are all things that I think are going to be so much easier to deal with than in the past. So now, here, the rogue archetype, which I don't want to call rogue archetype. I want to call it something else. And I'm not entirely sure what I would like to call it, but I certainly don't think rogue archetype is the thing I'm after. And I'm not sure that rogue discipline is the way to go either. Right, so the ability score improvement thing, I have no problems with that. So I'm not going to change any of that. And we'll do that now because it's sort of reasonably important, isn't it, if I remember right? Yeah, so let's do that now. We'll make sure that that just stays the same. And we just bold this, and I believe it's underline as well, if I remember right with the formatting I was using. No, yes, no, yes. Or did I not? No, we'll underline it. Okay. Okay, so next, that's that done. We will just bring this up. Uncanny dodge, so that's level 4. So this is going to be going right about here somewhere, I think. Battle engineer, maneuvers, martial archetype. So we did it at level 3. That's right, level 3 is where we're starting. Okay, so let me check off on our chat, see where we're going. Secret hideout. I think secret hideout's probably, I was going to say safe house, but secret hideout would work too. Sanctuary is a non-trivial thieves guild house. Sanctuary, secretly saved. Do my homebrew material in Google Docs too. Yeah, well, I do it in Google Docs because I can work on it outside of away from my computer. I can do it on my phone. I do my editing on Open Office and then I upload it to Google Docs. The Thieves Path. Eddie, hello Eddie. I think that's not a bad idea. But I don't want to say thieves because I don't believe. I guess I view the rogue as more of like a skill monkey. It's like somebody who's. It's something else, if you know what I mean. Okay, I've used WordStar once. Still have to disks. Okay, right. If anything, I feel like the rogue is an expert. And actually the word expert is really more what I'm looking for than something else. And I think that's probably where I want to start. So we're going to grab this, go copy, drop this, and this is just the progression, people. And I needed to make sure I drop it in the right place. It's before that bit. And we get rid of this because I'm not using that at all. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 progressions in the old rogue archetype, and I'm replacing it with a progression of 5. So there are 5 different points. Actually, there's actually 6, but I don't really count one of them. So let's paste that. And I think expert path. For now, we're going to call it expert path. How's that sound? Starting at 3rd level, you gain specialized features for your class. The expert path allows you to choose what is provided in the rogue class, or replace it with a completely different subclass at 3rd level, again 6th, 10th, 14th and 18th. So the intention is that I'm taking subclasses and replacing it with what I think rogues should have. But if you didn't want to use it, you could use that, but the progression would be 3, 6, 10, 14, 18. I think that's a better way to go. Specialist path or expert path. The word specialist, I feel like we're going to come back to the word at some point, because I actually like the word. I'm not sure that I think I might go with expert class, path, but specialist path is not a bad idea either. Hang on, where's this? Let's just write that down. Specialist. I don't really view a rogue as somebody that just goes around stealing stuff. Do you know what I mean? I mean, you could do that with your rogue, but you don't have to do that with your rogue. A rogue could be anything between a thief and a military scout. The way I see it, that's exactly what where my head is at. Pale Rider. I actually really think that's where it sort of lies, and that's what I want to do with it. Okay, so let's put that in. We're going to go with expert path. I actually like the word expert. The design team at Wizards of the Coast has been using the word expert. I've seen other people who have done third-party content, and they're using the word expert. Actually, I think the word expert and specialist are things that come up quite a lot as it happens. So yeah, thank you for that. That's good. We've got a good start. Expert path and specialist path. Specialist path might be a thing, but we'll use the specialist for something else, because there's some things I've got to add in. So let's go here. And somebody had secret hideout. And I actually like the word safe house, and the reason I like safe house is because I think when I think about the rogue, I think of a spy, and you have that safe house. So I kind of like the idea of using safe house rather than a stronghold as such. So we might just ditch the word stronghold in a second, but let's just go through here and just change out this expert path. And then somebody had, we were dealing with the word secret, weren't we? And somebody had come up with something, secret sanctum. Secret sanctum? Possibly. Expert path. And expert path here, level 6, level 3. And I don't know that I'm going to call it rogue followers. We'll see. We might call it something else. And then at level 10, we get another expert path. We go down, expert path, level 14. And I think at level 18, expert path. Expert path. Okay. All right. So we've got those in. And secret sanctum. Is that the word I want to use? It's tempting. Sanctum. If anything, I want to call it Thieves Guild. If anything, I really want to call it Thieves Guild at level 3. That's where my head is at. I'm thinking, if I'm going to give them a feature like that, and I want I want to call it Thieves Guild. Okay, so let's go back to where I was in the document, because I was working through and getting rid of the things I wanted to be yellowed out. So expert path, that's that. Uncanny dodge, expertise, evasion. These I'm not really worrying about right now. So we will just go into yellow for now. And we need a feature that starts at level 3, which is probably, if I remember right, it's right about here. And I have Battle Engineer, which is not what we're using. We're using something else. Where's our... That was level 4, level 7. Guild member. So they had guild member for the fighter. I'm going to port this over. Because that'll be different for them. And we'll go copy. And it should be sitting, probably should be sitting straight after that. Right about there. Secret Sanctuary, Secret Sanctum. Okay. Okay, so what do we got here? Think your vision for the class is sounding more like a Pathfinder. Well, what is your concept of a Pathfinder? I mean, I'm going to ask you that question. So I kind of know what I want to do with the rogue, because honestly, I don't see the rogue as being a walk around thief, steal stuff, because I think that's just how people play it. Do you know what I mean? Sanctum seems more like a cleric, wizard, or sorcerer. Actually, Sanctum seems more like a warlock for me. Sanctuary, I don't really want to use the word sanctuary. So I get what you're saying, Eddie. The word sanctum or sanctuary is something I would say for the warlock. That's just where my head is at. Note the 5e rogue is a better ranger than the ranger. yeah, it is, isn't it? It's a little depressing at times. Okay. So let's not do that. Let's do something else. I think I want to decouple this better. Let's do. Okay, so I'm not too sure what the name of this is going to be. There are a few things poking around in my head. What was the first thing that I was thinking of when I was looking at this? I was thinking in terms of what would sort of be really interesting and cool. And I guess the first thing that popped into my head was Thieves Guild, but it's probably not right, actually, now that I think about it. And the other one that I was thinking of, because what we're trying to do is give them a whole lot of... We want them to join an organization, something that will assist them in some way, something that actually requires them to do something as well. So we're going to have some requirements. We've done this before with other classes, and then theirs will look very, very different, but I still think we need to do that. Note the Pathfinder is a US ranger that is dropped behind enemy lines, that maps out the area for the future. Right, okay. Cool, good to know. Remember, I'm not American, but good to know. No, I'm not really trying to turn the rogue into a Pathfinder or an SAS. I feel like the SAS and Navy SEALs is more like a ranger in Dungeons and Dragons. I'm thinking more that they're more like a spy for me. Shadow Guild. Yeah. Shadow Guild. Could be. Shadow Guild's better. Shadow Guild is not that bad, actually. It's not. It's pretty good. Shadow Guild, yeah. Even Spy Guild would be all right. For me, Spy Guild would be all right as well. I'll come back to that. Shadow Guild, Spy Guild. Let's do this. Shadow, because we don't need to lock it down just yet, or Spy Guild, something like that. I think that's more like it, what we're after. Beginning at 3rd level, your character is invited to a guild because you are becoming an expert in your field. Yes, you are. You are, because you are the expert. This grants additional resources. All guild benefits are at the game master's discretion. Okay, so I think a lot of these will be pretty much the same as the one I had the fighter have, but there'll be some additions. A way to buy black market items and goods, absolutely. 3rd level, those workshop space to make stuff depending on the type of guild. The unseen. Covert. What about covert? Covert guild. I feel like that's a better word to use. Guild of the unseen. Too long-winded. But covert guild, I could live with that. Okay. Libraries and archives for information to conduct research. That's fine. A place to stay with 3 for the rogue. Potential allies that can offer a wide range of assistance. The Whisperers Guild. Sounds like a horse whisperer. Just a little bit. Access to specialised weapons that are related to the guild's business. Yes. Was there anything else that I wanted to add there? At this present time, I don't know that there is. I need to change the land mounts, but I will. At level 8, a guild member gets the following: guild member gets the following benefits. A way to buy black market items and goods. Buy and sell. It's one of the things I want to put in here. Not just buy, but sell. Because we want our covert individual, unlike the fighter, who might be able to buy stuff, but you can actually fence stuff. So I want you to be able to sell stuff on the black market as well. Contacts with political, religious, criminal, and powerful individuals that can help the character. Access to restricted section of the guild's library and archives. A travelling mount that is stable and fed by the guild. This can be a riding horse. It will not be a buffalo. We're taking the buffalo off the counter for now. A camel, a donkey, no elephant. We're removing the elephant. I'm taking a few things off here, people. A pony. I don't want them to stand out too much. A triceratops, no. No, not a triceratops. The triceratops is gone. Okay. Or another creature that the game master approves. If the mount is killed, the guild will not replace it. Okay. Troubleshooter. Troubleshooter equals... yeah, I guess you might say troubleshooter. Troubleshooter. Helmer, what do you got here, Helmer? I like make my homebrew material looks like a official material. Well, this is a first draft, so I'm not trying to do that right now. So I'm not really looking to do that. When it gets to a point where it's ready to print, I will send it to somebody else, but I won't make it look necessarily like Wizards of the Coast layout. It'll have its own way of doing things. I have somebody to do that for me, but yeah, that's a little way off at this present time. In a book, there's a Guild of the Glass Knife. They used hollow glass knives as poison in them. That they purposely broke off the blade when they stabbed somebody. Oh, that is sick. Mastiff, what about fairies and gnomes? Fairies and gnomes can ride a... fairies don't have to ride anything. A riding horse, camel, donkey, pony. I don't like putting forward a dog. Yeah, Mastiff is covered by other creatures. The reason I don't like putting down dogs is I don't like the idea of... I don't care how you look at it, even though it's a fantasy game. The idea... Dogs aren't built to carry riders. It doesn't matter how small you are. If you've ever seen a dog try to carry a small child on their back, it can actually damage their spine. Even a Mastiff, which is a huge dog, has the wrong spine structure for that. And if we could say, but it doesn't matter, Fred, it's fantasy, then it's not a real animal. For me, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to leave that for the game master and your groups to sort out. But I don't want to put that into my game because they just aren't built to do that sort of thing. I always consider them to be kind of a nonsense. You can have a small pony which fills the same purpose as your mastiff dog. If they're going to have a dog, just let it have a dog that follows them around, you know. Dog riding a dog. Dog's like a labyrinth. That dog in a labyrinth was carrying a puppet, not a puppet people. Okay, Night Guild, Undercity Guild, City Guilds, maybe. No, not sold on the idea, Eddie. Not sold on the idea. I'm really like the idea of the glass knife. The glass knife is like a scary idea. So I'll need to just make a note of that so I come back to it at some point. I was a troubleshooter for a seismic company. Basically meant I was supposed to fix something or make it work in whatever way possible. Exactly. Solution to pets. Fireball, no more pets. I'm aware, people. A human riding another human. Okay, all right. You're going to make me laugh too much. Characters are required to take an apprentice at level 6 who can perform simple tasks. If you're going to be a guild member, be prepared to take on an apprentice, people. A guild will provide these benefits provided the character performs specific required duties, favours, and support against rival factions. This stays as is. And I feel like there's something else I want to add here, but I don't know what it is. If I figure it out... Oh. Hang on. Sorry. Now I remember. Somebody had pointed it out. So let's put it here. Let's put it in here now. I'm going to put it here at level 3. Detailed information. Now, for those of you who are looking at Spy Guild or Shadow Guild and thinking, what is the purpose? There's no real mechanics. It's all sort of nebulous stuff. It's quite deliberate on my part. Okay? It is absolutely quite deliberate on my part. Detailed information on different types of poison. That's where we're going to put our detailed information on different types of poison. For those of you who are like, my rogue should know something about poisons, this is where I want it to be at level 3. Yeah, the apprentice will load the horse. Murray Shack, you've changed have you changed your name a little bit? I like rogue guilds in my homebrew world. They have spent centuries occupying an ancient, abandoned, subterranean world beneath the world. Like the High Table, right? From John Wick. I think maybe a problem that the rogue is that it's always a thief or assassin. What about a rogue? Don't limit your lifestyle to your class. Yeah. Silent Blade, Shadow Song Collective, The Lost and Found, Full and Free. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. So we've got that little bit in there. That's that done. Our next task is to plop down the next thing, which is around about level 6. If I remember. Level 6, we had loyal followers, and then we went there. Yeah, something like that. So I need to just make sure I get this in the right place, people. Sorry. A little bit of tracking the chat and doing this at the same time. Secret path. And this is Spy Guild, Shadow Guild, Spy Guild, Shadow, or Spy Guild. I don't know what to call it just yet, but I think that's good enough. One of those are going to be the one. Okay, expert path, rogue followers. We will call it rogue followers for now. Although I'm almost tempted not to call it rogue followers and just call it expert followers. Let's do that. Specialist followers. Specialist followers. Assassin Guild advancement. Kill your trainer and and take his rank. Lovely. Awesome. I think we might call this a little bit something else. I'm actually thinking followers is not what I want, and the word agents. The word agents. I'm thinking like, because I'm thinking back to James Bond and spy movies and stuff like that. And maybe the way I would like to have it read is more like specialist agents. That's really what I want to do. Expert agents, specialist agents. No. Let's call them specialist agents. I know it's just semantics, people. Okay, so that's that. We're now at level 6. We're going to leave a space here. I'm going to drop in here, and then I need to make some adjustments to that. How am I doing for time? We're doing pretty good, actually. Specialist agents. Go copy. And a bit of a rewrite required, but it's all good. It's not loyal followers. It is specialist agents. Oops. Followers equals assets. Yes, they are assets, yes. I suppose you could call them assets, but I feel like the word asset refers to something that's disposable. I don't consider your agents to be disposable. More like role play tools and traits. Yeah, so the level 3, so this here is supposed to be role play tools and traits rather than things that I guess things that you would assume. So you're part of an organization. These are the sorts of things the organization will offer at the certain levels. That's what I'm trying to do with it. And of course, there's some negotiation that needs to be made with the game master with regard to these things to fit the world they're running. Okay, so that's why I leave it that way. Okay, there's got to be, if you're going to run a system, any system, particularly once we get past level 10, you've got to have interplay with the game master. You can't treat the character classes like a strict must run it officially, no matter, no change. Okay, so yeah. So one of the things that my players were very hot on was the fact there was not enough non-crunchy role-play features and things that their characters could do. And a lot of the things that were in the game had been removed. So we're trying to push that back in there. Okay, right now, specialist agents. Beginning at 6th level, your character is required to take on an apprentice, not a squire. Now, what's another word for an apprentice? An apprentice. Let's just go with apprentice for now. Who can perform simple tasks. Now, it's not fighters, it'll be rogues. So this is going to, so what you get under your specialist agents is different to the fighter. That's why I'm doing the change round now. What do you got here? actually played a character instead of a set of combat stats. That's one of the complaints my group has had. But rogues need to teach their trade to the apprentice in exchange for the student keeping their weapons, armor, equipment, and mount in good order. So, was there anything else? Weapons, armor, equipment, and mount in good order. I think that's pretty much what I wanted to cover. Beginning at 10th level, your character becomes so famous, infamous. So infamous. You are a rogue. You're infamous. Infamous that they attract specialist agents. 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 There we go. That support and assist your character in their endeavours. Your character gains a number of... Now, it's not going to be guards. And it can't be tribal warriors. This is not what I want. I want that out. It's not. So a lot of this is not going to work. And I also need to go back to old D&D. So I'm going to be cracking open the old Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Player's Handbook to look at how they structured followers, because I have a lot of people in my group who have played older versions of D&D, and we would like a few of those things back. So, the Thief and Assassin, 26. 26. Alright, so let's have a look here. Oh, the titles for the rogue are kind of... Oh, that's not the rogue, that's something else. What am I looking at here? That's the illusionist. Thief. Oh, there we go. There's Thief. Oh, well, okay, I was looking in the wrong place. Thief adjustments. What's this? Minimum assassination. Oh, there we go. All right. All right. Cool. Rogue. Footpad. Cut purse. Robber. Burglar. Flitcher. Sharpener. Not quite the words I would like to use. I'd actually like to call it something else. But anyway. Thief. And we need to find the section on... There's quite a lot on hiding, moving silently, finding and removing traps, opening locks, picking locks. I want to include setting traps too, but I feel like that's something that they should be able to do a lot better. Listening, sending notes, backstab, additional... Okay. So, here we go. This is it. This is what I was looking for. At 10th level, Master Thief. Thieves are able to decipher magical writings and utilize scrolls. Okay, that's something else. Okay, here we go. Thieves cannot build strongholds as some other classes or characters do. And I'm fine with that. That's cool. But this should lead into what I'm after, though. They can, however, build a tower, a fortified building, or a small castle for their own safety. Okay. But this construction must be within or not more than 1 mile distant from a town or city. Interesting. Now, come on, give me the stuff that I want, which is around the followers. Any thief character of 10th level or higher, or greater, may use their small castle type building to set up a headquarters for a gang of thieves. This is what we're after. And he or she will accordingly attract 4 to 24 other thieves. Okay. However, this will bring the the annoyance that's going to annoy the local thieves guild. They will struggle to do away with the rival organization. Once begun, warfare will end only when and if all the master thieves on either or both sides are dead, or if the thief character moves to another locale. So this is one of the things that I thought was really rather entertaining, and that is when you get you're going to have to use your specialists to wipe out a thieves guild or another sort of rogue establishment, because you can't be too close to them without there being some problems. And I really like that idea. Hello, David. How are you doing? Trainee? Yeah, the word trainee, apprentice or trainee. Apprentice or trainee. You guys have been plugging stuff in here, so let's have a look here. NPC out always disposable. Yeah, whatever. Right, what else have we got here? Trainee. I'll put down trainee. Initiate. Could be initiate. I think trainee's fine. Logging the loot and mapping its location. Logging loot and mapping locations. It's not a bad idea. Student to keep their weapons order. To keep their weapons armor in good order. Okay, so here we go. Need to teach their trade to the apprentice in exchange for the student keeping their weapons, armor, equipment, and mount in good order. Additionally, and Fred, I like the idea. I like where you're going with this. Additionally, the trainee or apprentice can be required to now log loot collected and map a location. Why not? Let's put that in there. It's done. Specialized instead of specialist. Oh, specialized. Where do I get what do I miss here? Specialized, specialist. Additionally. Okay, there we go. Specialist agent, specialized. I see what you're saying. Specialized agents. That's probably about right. Specialized. American? No, we're not going with American. Specialized. Specialized agents. Okay. Okay, so that's that pretty much. I think that we've almost got that down. A mechanic. You're going to call them a mechanic? Pale Rider. I suppose you could. Specialized. Let's just do this. Specialized agents. It's at level 6, and you get more at level 10, which we'll work through that feature once I take a break. But I want to take a break first. Well, I do want to catch up and see what people are doing, saying in terms of the poll. That would be kind of interesting to do. I think I've established, though, from here, from looking at AD&D, that we're really looking at between 4 and 24 specialist agents. However, this will bring the... yeah, I think that's fine. So that's what we're going to get. And I don't have too much of a problem with that at all. There's so much information on the thief. If there's so much information, it is so complicated in comparison to the other classes. Interesting. Okay. So this is stuff that needs to be sorted through. Number of, and we will just highlight this, and I will come back to it once I've used the toilet, and we will plug away at this bit. Okay, so let's have a look at what our chat is doing and our poll. I'm kind of curious how that poll is turning out. Revise old features. Oh, okay, so now people are revise the old features and not do the new stuff. Wow, okay, well, that's interesting. Do you know what that tells me? If there's people saying revise the old features and not work on the new features, it tells me that there's a lot of people who aren't very happy with the rogue. I get the very big, distinct feeling that there's a lot of people who are very unhappy with how the rogue has turned out, which I would have thought was not the case, since Wizard of the Coast has sort of always presented that the rogue works really, really well. Maybe they've got a different demographic going on. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go take a quick break. Arnold will look after you for about 5 minutes while I go visit the toilet. Okay, I'll be back. Here we go. And stepping back into the fray. Yeah, I can see what you've said. Dear. Let's just grab that. Where's my... Yes, that's what I wanted. All right. Interesting. So what do we got here? I see that somebody's written a couple of things in here. Tickled my fancy. Fix the 5e rogue, throw it away, and start over. Fix the 5e rogue, play a homebrew AD&D 2nd edition. I don't know about that, but anyway. Okay, so your character gains a number of... Now we have to decide on what they're going to be. And I don't want them to be... guards. I don't want them to be knights or warriors or anything like that. We need something that a game master can sort of utilize fairly easily without too much trouble. So if we can just look in the back here, what do we have? Things that would be suitable. No, No acolyte, archmage, assassin, no. Bandit, no. Bandit, bandit captain. Bandit captain, bandit. It's tempting, actually. It's not quite. It doesn't quite fit, but it's not close. It's not far off. Cultist, no cultists. Not for the rogue. Druid, no. Scout, yes. Spy, yes. Spy, yes. I like the idea of scout and spy. Scout and spy does it for me. I think those are the ones we want to aim for. They are a bit stronger, but you're not going to get as many because they're operating on their own to a large extent. So that actually puts them at much more of a risk, even if you're not taking them into combat. So the scout is a challenge rating 1. It has got a sneak attack. The scout challenge rating half. So there's quite a big difference between the two. So we kind of have to decide how many of each. So I think what we will do is we'll go half and half. Half and half would be about right, I think. Scout, spy, thief. Well, there isn't a thief in the that I understand. We don't have a thief. We have a scout stat block and a spy stat block that we can use and port over to make life really easy for a game master and the players to figure out what they get in terms of followers. So scout, thief, and spy, I think, are the ones to go with. Your character gains a number of guards. No. Here we go. Of scouts equal to, and we're going to get them to roll 2 6-sided dice. 2 6-sided dice, and we're also going to give them, and spies equal to 2 6-sided dice. So that what that means is that you'll get a minimum of 4 followers if you roll well. If you roll really badly, if you roll really well, you'll get a maximum of 24, which falls in line with AD&D, and it gives us a good spread of scouts and spies to work with. And we're going to eliminate, and I'm not going to worry about the bandit. I think scouts and spies are the ones I want to go for because you're getting less anyway. I'm not going to give them anything else. I'm not going to give them a bandit captain or anything like that. And yes, I was initially looking at the bandit as an option, and I'm like, do I want to use bandits? And I don't think I do. I think we'll ditch the bandits idea. We're not going to give them a leader. So we're going to get rid of that bit. And we'll go here. Now, the apprentice, and let's get rid of these. The apprentice, scouts, and spies can't be replaced if they die, but can be raised from the dead. Followers, okay, agents, spies, agents. Agents are used for the following tasks: stable hands to collect taxes from peasants, crew a ship, manage businesses, conduct research, discover new contacts, craft and repair armor and weapons. A lot of this isn't going to work. And act as a castle steward. No. Act as a boss, and act as a. Now this is the thing, is we were coming to, like, what do we call what they're using? No thief, I'm out. I like stealing things. Oh, I'm not saying that you can't steal things, but I think the scouts are stronger. Since you're getting less, I want your followers to be stronger. And the bandit is only an 8th challenge rating 8th. I don't think it's going to be good enough. So they get scouts and spies. Spies do everything. Okay. Act as I think somebody had said something about a hideout, didn't they? As a secret. Oh, safe house. Because I wanted to give them a safe house. Safe house. Manager. Leader. Boss. I want to give them the boss. I'm making them the boss. Crafting, repairing armor and weapons. I don't know about that. Scouts don't really feel like they're doing those sorts of things. Discover new contacts. Conduct research. Collect information. Collect rumors. Or information. Crew a ship. Manage businesses. Conduct research. Collect taxes from peasants. Well, no. They won't be doing collecting. They're not going to be tax collectors because you're not going to have that going on. They will be doing something else. So I guess the question is, when you think about a safe house, collect or steal. Collect or steal, not taxes. Funds. Let's just say it funds. I'm thinking in terms of how do you get your funds from your safe house? Well, it's going to probably be around doing things that are a little bit devious. Collecting or okay. Oh, here we go. Collecting or stealing funds. Selling information. I think that is a major aspect of, yeah. I want my little urchin child pickpockets. Those are my tax collectors. Yeah, I know. So, to collect or steal funds, selling information is where most of your revenue would be coming from, I think. I think that's what I want to do, is have their revenue is more selling information, because they are collectors of information. So that's what I want to do with that. Okay, all right, cool. Next. So we've got that done. We've got a safe house, and I think a safe house is probably the best way to go about this. But yeah, we'll see. Game masters can allow agents to be taken into battle when players want to put them at risk. The party is smaller or can't hire mercenaries, and when the group is facing a superior force. So basically, I'm giving the game master, like, you're not going to walk into a battle with all of your spies with you. It's not happening. It's to discourage the use of them in that way, because we don't want that. That would just eliminate that as a playing option. You'll never get it done. So we want to have something around that. Okay. Couriers. Yes. Package couriers. Yeah, I agree. Let's add that in there. Package couriers. Package couriers. Yes. Nice one, Fred. Thank you. I appreciate that. If they steal from the rogue, they sign their own death warranty. They probably would. These would run the banks. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay, I get it, Fred. I understand what you're saying. Dear. Okay, let's now I can see that a lot of people want me to go over the older stuff rather than put in the new stuff, and so I may have to sort of change my approach to this, since it seems like people want to look at some of the older stuff rather than, because I know a lot of you have seen this. It's very similar to what I've done before, right? So it's like, Fred, we've done this before, we've been here before. Just do the new stuff. I get it. I do get it. So maybe I can plug this in reasonably quickly, then highlight it and come back to it later, and then go back and do the old stuff, just so that they're at least place marked in the document. Okay. So it's not property and stronghold rights, it's going to be something else. So we go here, we go down, I go copy, and it's going to be living right about here somewhere. Paste it. Safe house. Safe house and hideout rights. I almost feel like hideout rights is almost there, but it just doesn't quite hit. I don't want to use the word hideout. I would prefer to use something else, but I don't know what to call it. Stronghold rights is not really the right terminology. In any case, small castle, large castle would be off the cards. So we'll be taking that out. That's not going to apply. Just a really quick. I won't work on this section that long, people. All I will do is just plop it in, highlight it, and we'll come back to it some of the time, since you want me to work on the stuff that's actually the old stuff and revise it. I'm fine with doing that. That's all right. It's all good. All right, so let's do this. Highlight. I'll come back to you. Just check to see what I called it. Safe house and stronghold rights. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Specialized agents, safe house and stronghold rights. That's what I called it. Okay, cool. World Traveler. Well, it can't be called World Traveler because I've used World Traveler, and World Traveler would look different. But it's supposed to be at level 14. So we go copy here. Okay. World Traveler. Copy, and it's not going to be called World Traveler. It's going to be called something else. World something. At this point, it would be cool to have a courier conduct a glass knife. Yeah. Okay, so this is a level 14 feature. Level 14, level 14. I got blind sense at level 14 as well, which I don't know that it should live there at all. We're going to go paste this here. I want to call it something other than World Traveler. It needs to be called something different. I don't want it to be the same, because it's not going to be the same. So it's got to be something else. What's another word for traveler? Define. I guess that would be helping. Traveler, tourist, passenger, no. Tourist, no. Voyager, enthusiast. None of that works for me. Let's go with Thesaurus, and maybe that'll help me. Thesaurus. Is that right? No, it's not. God, I can never spell that word. Tourist, Torah, Journeyer, Voyager, Sightseer, Explorer, World Explorer. Globetrotter, I actually really like the idea of Globetrotter, Pale Rider, because I kind of feel like rogues are Globetrotters. Globetrotter. Maybe that's the way to go. You reckon Scout? World Scout. I think for now, good suggestions, but I'm going to go World Globetrotter. I just really like the idea, Globe. Because if anybody travels the world, I feel like an expert, a rogue, a spy is the ultimate globetrotter and traveller. So I want to use the Globetrotter. It is just a name after all. In the end, it doesn't really mean that much, I suppose. Yeah, I feel like Globetrotter works really well. Okay, so beginning at 14th level, your character can travel the world quickly with a specialized vehicle that was gifted by a patron deity or powerful entity. Otherwise, it is built, stolen, captured, probably stolen, or found by your agents. Agents. Vehicles available to the... Now, let's make sure... I'm going to do this very quickly, people. I know we want to get on with the other stuff. Rogue are sailing ships, galleys. No, we're not going to go give them a galley or a warship. Those are more for fighters. Submarine, absolutely. Absolutely a submarine. I want to give them a vehicle. Wagon. I'm not sure what else can be selected. The rogue is required to complete a quest to gain their new vehicle. And yes, you will have to probably steal your new vehicle. Because that would be fun. Sailing ships. Yeah, so that's our world Globetrotter. Trotter. Core blimey. All right, so that's that one done. Happy enough with that. I don't think we need to do any more with that. If somebody comes up with some vehicles, flying carpet, I feel flying carpet is... The problem with a flying carpet is like anything. If you were going to give them that's flying, I want to give it to them later on. Steam launcher powered by small fire elementals. Oh, actually, a train. A train. I actually think that would be an idea. Let's put sailing ship, train, submarine, wagons can be selected. So, yes. So Pale Rider, I'm going to give them something that flies, but I'm not going to give it to them at level 14. I'm going to give it to them later. And you'll get what I'm talking about in a second. So let's have a look here. World Globetrotter, I just need to make sure that that's in there at level 14 on my table. So that's that one. World Globetrotter. Okay. That is there. That is fine. Multiverse Pathfinder is not what I want to call it. Train, no rails needed. Vibes of the Wild Wild West, old TV series. Yes, yeah, exactly. Actually, hello Joe, how are you? So I've been asked to get my ass moving and get the new stuff in so that we can work on revising the old stuff. So I'm trying to do that. So we need a new name. I want to call it Multiverse, but Pathfinder is not necessarily the name that I want to use. And yes, I am Voyager. Actually, not a bad idea. Let's do that. Multiverse Voyager. Voyager. Gonna strike Y. Voyager. Let's do that. Multiverse Voyager. And so after Slippery Mind, it's level 16, this little thing. And we're going to not call it Traveller, we're going to call it Voyager. Okay, copy. Alright, we're going to give them a lot more stuff in a second. That's level 16. Not really worried about level 16 getting too much stuff at this point because, hey, it's level 16. No. That's level 14. The Slippery Mind is level 15. I don't know, it's going to stay there. Doubt it. Okay. Paste. Voyager. Steam-powered crawler. Oh, okay. I don't know what to do with it. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Okay. So there's a couple of things I need to highlight. We're going to come back to Blind and Slippery Minds, of which I am not a fan, frankly. I hate to say it, people, but I'm not. Reliable talent, not a fan of reliable talent either. I guess we're going to be doing some work with that today. Have I highlighted all the things I needed to? That's all right. That's fine. Okay. So let's get this. I don't think I have to spend very much time on Multiverse Voyager because there isn't going to be that many differences. Anyway, so Rogue. Rogue is traveling the multiverse, gains a spell. I'm going to give them a Spelljammer ship just like a fighter. I'm going to give them a balloon or an airship or a flying ship with the Game Master approval. Like, it's going to be one of those. Like, they get one of these. Okay, so it's required to complete a task to get the new vehicle. So it's as simple as that. It reads almost identical. So, but I think we can up the ante. Eater of Crabs. Hello, Eater of Crabs. Lifelines. Wayfarer. You reckon Wayfarer, not Voyager. What is the difference between Wayfarer? What does Wayfarer actually mean? Wayfarer. Define. What does that mean? Winnebago. Okay, a person who travels on foot. They don't. There's no, because they're not traveling on foot, which is why, yeah, the Wayfarer is probably not going to apply to this, because this is a flying vehicle that we're giving them. Is there anything else we could give them? What's it called? It's not called a didgeridoo. That's the musical instrument that they have in Australia. Is it? Can somebody remember the thing that has a propeller at the back? It has a balloon. It's not a didgeridoo. It's called. I can't remember what the heck it's called. Honestly, I'm struggling to remember what it's called. I know, but it's not accurate to what it's depicting. We're not traveling by foot. We're not walking. A magic chamber pot. Come on, people, help me here. The thing that has a balloon but a propeller at the back, and it's not dirigible. A zeppelin. Okay, that's thank you, people. There we go. Now I'm all right. Zeppelin. Give them a couple of different choices. Zeppelin. A blimp. It doesn't sound that great, does it, though? Zeppelin. Zeppelin. So I think Zeppelin's good. And then the dirigible, I'm all for that as well. The dirigible. Oh, okay. Capable of being steered, guided, and directed. Okay, so let's just put all those in, so we, call it what the heck you like. I don't care. Flying ship. Paste. What did I do here? Did I just mess things up? I did, didn't I? Undo it. Try again, Fred. Dirigible. Copy. Now let's try to drop it in here. Paste without the formatting. Okay. All right. And okay. Goodyear blimp. Still been operating. Okay. I think this is all that I needed to do here with multiverse stuff. So what's the next thing on my list that I needed to make sure I had? I think we've moved up to, yes, now I don't want to call it gift. It's not really a gift for them. It's something else. It needs to have something else. I had patron gift, and I don't like that. I think it needs to be called something else. So let's go copy. And it's at level 18. So it's going to be way over here somewhere. After this one. Level 18. Let's go here. We might actually just put it there. For now, paste this. And I don't want to call it this. This is all going to get changed. I'm not going to work on it right now though, because we want to move on, which is fine. I understand. Okay, next. Stroke of luck. God, I hate stroke of luck so much. Stroke of luck. Something there. It's not going to be called this. Okay, right. That's fine. And then we've got Champion of the Gods, which, frankly, not a fan of. And this really doesn't really apply so much to a rogue. I think something else applies at level 20 for them, but I don't know what it will be. So let's just do this and drop this in below, and I'll work on it later. And paste. Okay. And we will highlight this, and we'll come back to that. Okay. All right. So that should be everything in place to a certain degree. Now that's just the fighter stuff. Don't need to worry about that anymore. And this is just the rogue. Okay, so let's roll on back, since people wanted me to discuss and work with the revising what the rogue already has. It's a meme photo. There's a new blimp. The photographer from the wrong angle looks like a Cardassian butt, does it? Yeah, Stoke of Lux. It does sound like a poo reference. Yeah, it does a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Anyway, we've actually done pretty well. Okay, so I'm going to give you some homework, people. Here's the homework. I want to give them a legendary magic item at level 18. I've been doing this with all of the classes so far. Okay, but what I want to know is, what do I call it? Okay, this expert class, when they get a legendary magic item, what am I going to call that? I don't want to call it what I've called it for other things. I want to call it a little bit different, and I want it to look a little bit different to the others as well. I don't want it to be exactly the same. Something that's more for a rogue, an expert, a scout, an assassin, that sort of thing. So I guess have a think about that. I will type this in. What should the rogues feature be called when they get a legendary magic item, which they might wind up stealing? Let's get real. It might well be Spy Master XXXXX. Okay. Let's scroll on down. So I had no problems with the hit points. Let's do proficiencies. Light armor. What sort of armor did the rogues normally have in the past? I think they just had light armor. I don't think they had anything super impressive. I know people, it's an American game, but it's actually causing me a lot of problems doing using American spelling. So I'm using my own language. Okay. Now there's some things we want to give them. So we've got to figure out that one. Almost immediately, I'm thinking their skills. We want to give them a couple of skills straight off the bat. That would be standard for a rogue. And I guess for me, stealth and sleight of hand are the first two that come to mind when I think about a rogue and what sort of skills they should have. Rather than selecting them, I just want to give them. I've done this with all the other classes. We just give them some stuff that seems appropriate to them straight out the bat. And is there anything here? Reading languages, no stronghold. Thieves must eliminate other thieves' skills in the region. Decoder, puzzle solver. I think that's the way to go, is to give them those two, because I want to decouple skills from the backgrounds, and I want the gloves with the dagger gives a bonus to okay. Spymaster, a spyglass. Spymaster, spyglass. Gloves of the dagger. Now, we're not trying to give them a specific magic item. What is the feature going to be called? Not what the magic item is. Anyway. Alright, so let's have a look. I think I can just port over some of the wording to speed things up a little bit. How did I word it with the other one? Okay, so I just did this, and I gave them 2 skills, and I gave them athletics and survival as a fighter, but we're not doing that for them. We're doing something else for the rogue. So let's unhighlight this section. And actually, almost immediately, I look at this and I don't like any of that. So we're just going to get rid of all of that and just go back here. I've been doing this with all the classes. I've been giving them a couple of skills that are sort of standard that you don't choose, and then giving them a choice. And I have not been setting a restriction as to what you get. Like, you can just pick whatever. I think that is one of the best ways to go. So let's do this. Rogue has 2 standard skills. These are Spoils of the Spymaster. Spymaster's baton. Spymaster Spoils. Spymaster Spoils is a good name to give that feature. Let's take that combination of the two. I like that name a lot. Here we go. So we're going stealth, sleight of hand. Okay. Where are we? 5th edition. Where are you? Find me the rogue. Rogue. R. Ranger. Rogue. There we go. Okay. So. Yeah, so if I think about all of the different skills that you get, I feel like sleight of hand and stealth are the ones to go for. Sleight of hand and stealth. Okay. Choose 2 skills from the ones you don't already have. That's what we want to do. Okay. We'll put a full stop. And so, okay, choose 2 skills from the ones you don't already have. Okay, so that's fine. Pretty happy with that. So you'll have 4 skills as a rogue, which seems very, very light, actually. Choose 4. No, we're not choosing 2, we're choosing 4. Sorry about that. Not 2, 4. So they will get 6 skills rather than 4 skills as part of the class. Eliminate sneak attack. I'm going to rewrite sneak attack, and we'll see what people have to say about how useful they think that is. Okay, so thieves tools. So you get thieves tools. Fine with that. No issues. Next, simple weapons. Hand crossbow, long sword, rapiers, and short swords. Okay, I got to have a think about the weapons in a second. Put spy in the name and Fred will go for it. That's exactly right. Basically dogs after all. Exactly. Hey man, the way to my heart is to say spy. Spy master spoils. Hey man, it comes off the tongue really well. Let's get real. It does, doesn't it? Really? Don't you think? I think it does. Here we go. Spy master spoils. Whoops, that's not quite right. Spoils. And it'll of course have to be rewritten, but I'm not dealing with that right now. We've got that. We've got a name down for that. Stoke of Luck. I'm not really sure I'm going to change the name. I think the feature just sucks. So I think, yeah, okay, that's fine. Cool. Right, back to where we were. We were having a discussion about what sort of armor and what sort of weapons the rogue should get access to. I'm fine with the rogue just having access, just having the thieves' tools straight off the bat. I don't actually think that's a problem. Bail Bond. Not James Bond, but Bail Bond. Yeah. Come on, man. When I think of James Bond, I think of Rogue. When I think Thief, when I think of Rogue and Thief, I think of James Bond. I can't help myself. That's where my head is at. I think that's what the idea behind it was, really. Anyway, let's have a look at the Rogue Thief. First edition. Opening up the book. It hasn't fallen apart on me yet completely, but that's nice. 26. Geez, I've got to do some repairs on this thing. 26. So, what sort of stuff do they get? The profession of the thief is not dishonorable, neither honorable nor okay. Right, so it should go neither way. Look, if you think about it. So major ability is dexterity. Okay, higher intelligence, desirable, bloody blah blah blah. Okay, light, quiet, armors only. Yes, being quiet seems. I think light has always been the sort of thing that they used, right? They never had anything else. Evil alignment. All thieves are neutral or evil. We're going to forget about that stuff. Okay, these are particularly meant to take by cunning and stealth. What a sentence, Gary. Thieves have six-sided. Yes, we're yeah. We've got an eight-sided dice now. So they can wear light armor and a fair few weapons. So we're going to leave the light armor, and we're going to have a look at the weapons, because I'm not entirely sure that we're going to leave it the way that it is. Yeah, it does. I agree, Fred. It does. I just wanted to check to make sure I was not going in the wrong direction. It's always possible. Right, let's have a look at the equipment and weapons that are available to a thief and see if there's some things that should be included that they don't get. Because that kind of happens sometimes, does it not? I've found that it always does. And we're going to make a rogue kit. We're going to give them their own rogue kit once we do the equipment. But first off, let's have a look at the actual stuff. So armor, done. Light. Simple weapons. Where are you? Simple weapons. So that means they can have a crossbow, dagger, short bow, sling. Now, that seems fine. Club, dagger, great club. Really? Hand axe, javelin, light hammer, mace, quarterstaff, sickle, spear. None of these really ring out as being like, that's a rogue weapon. Hi, Steve. How's it going? That's right. I start early on this day. I'm going to be here for like 4 or 5 hours, so I start early. Okay. I'm going to be here for another 3 hours. You don't have to stay for the whole thing. Okay, it's all good. Right now, what else we got here? I like the spy being able to wear up to chainmail, but they can't use a lot of their abilities wearing anything heavier than leather. Oh, I see. Okay, let's have a look. Is that something we can consider? Let's have a look. Light armor, padded, so you get disadvantage on stealth if you wear padded, but leather and studded are all good. Then there is chain shirt, hide and chain shirt, which is medium armor, but it doesn't give you disadvantage. Breastplate doesn't give you disadvantage either, but am I going too far? I don't think breastplate makes much sense, because I've never understood why is wearing breastplate mean that you don't make a lot of noise. Chain shirt, hide. I feel like hide should not be an issue. So we're going to include one. Chain shirt gives you a slightly higher bonus, but it also gives you a... Well, there's no point wearing... Here's the problem is, this is where the problem lies, is the dexterity modifier that you can add to medium armor maxes out at 2. And you're really going to be looking... Your rogue is probably going to have at least a +3, +2 or +3, right? Probably more like a +3. And you'll be probably working to get that higher as you go up. So it makes no sense to have access to even hide or even chain shirt, even though you don't get a disadvantage on stealth checks. They are heavier. The hide armor isn't, but it's the max restriction that actually, like, why would you bother? So, you could do it, and I'm going to include it, but it's probably not a great idea. Let's do this. Hide. I'm just thinking, if you're moving in chain shirt, would it be that noisy? I feel like it would be too noisy. But, hide, probably not a problem. I'm fine as frog here. Okay, all right, good. Fred's everywhere. Rogues with a dex above 15 should start with a +1 on their unarmored AC. I don't know. I don't know about that. Dex above 15 AC. Okay. Chain was noisy. Yeah, I thought that's what I was thinking. Fred. I think chain shirt, even though it doesn't say mechanically, it would be noisy. You've worn one. Chain shirt still makes lots of noise. Okay, so we're going to include hide though. We're going to include hide. If you really want to do that, you can. I don't know why you would, but you can. Whoops, armor. Okay, so I guess the armor class of a rogue is never going to be very, very high. Has anybody ever worn breastplate? Has anybody ever worn breastplate? Is it noisy? Is it easy to move in? I don't think it's very easy to move around in. Even though mechanically in 5e it's like it's apparently doesn't give you disadvantage, but I think it would be difficult. Hide is a bulky leather basically. Yeah, that's what my thoughts were is you could just add hide in. I'm not sure why you would bother doing it though. You'd have really, yeah, rely on your dexterity like all your life. Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking. The max out on the dexterity is a big problem. So I suppose you can wear it, but you probably don't want to wear it. So I'm not going to take it away. I think we'll leave it there as hide. I don't think we're going to go with breastplate because I don't think it's going to give you the mobility that you require. It just doesn't make any sense. But back to weapons, because we were talking about weapons and the sorts of weapons that a rogue should have. And I am not convinced currently that the weapons that the rogue has access to are necessarily the only weapons they should have access to. Yes, I've worn breastplate. I've worn everything. Okay. Is it easy to move in breastplate armor? And is it noisy, or would you say it is very quiet to move around in? So is it easy to move in? Does it give you good mobility? And does it make a lot of noise, or is it quite quiet? Pale Rider's already moved on to equipment. He's getting sick and tired of us sticking here. All right, Battle Axe, no. Flail, no, not worrying about that one. Glaive, no. Great Axe, no. Great Sword, no. No Lance. Longsword, fine with that. Maul, not really. Morningstar, no, I don't think so. Pike, no. Rapier, yes. Scimitar, they don't get a scimitar. Why not a scimitar? Oh, screw that. No, short sword, yes, I'm fine with short sword. We're giving them a scimitar as well. Scimitar. Scimitar. Why can't they have a scimitar? Really? Is it that heavy? It's a pretty light weapon. Like the longsword, 3 pounds. Why not a scimitar? Okay, trident, nah. War pick, nah. Warhammer, nah. What about a whip? They can't whip people? Oh, come on. Everybody should be able to whip people. Here we go. Whip. I'm sorry, I'm just being naughty. Whip. If I'm doing this for a long time, you're going to get a lot of this nonsense. We're going to give them a whip. I want a whip. I know my players are going to want to whip people. Okay. So what do you got here, Steve? Get this, leather armor squeaks more than the old wooden floor. Does it? Nice to know. Good to know. Breastplate hinders bending over. Okay. Any metal plate is hard to move around in. Even dudes with yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely allowing the whip. I think John mentioned the fact that he couldn't use a whip if he was a rogue, and it was a pain. And it was like, really? Out of all the weapons you could ever get, you are adamant you want to have a whip. And he said yes. Okay. So we're going to allow the whip. We're going to allow the scimitar. And that's that section done. So next off is equipment. And if I remember right, somebody's already written in what they think the kit should be for a rogue, which is fine. I am paying attention. Okay, I've not turned turned off my brain. So let's do that. 16, I believe it is. It is bold. Is it 16? I can't remember. It is a 16 and it's bold. Okay, it's just this a different size. I'm using different size, so I can't see what's going on completely. Okay, good, fine. Okay, so here we go. You start with the following equipment in addition to the equipment granted by your background. Okay, so a rapier or a short sword. This is just a pre-packs. A short bow and quiver of 20 arrows, or a short sword. Another short sword? So you're going to have 2 short swords. Am I really worried about the pre-packs? I mean, half the time I don't care about that sort of stuff. A burglar's pack, an explorer's pack, so they get a whole lot of things. Leather armor, 2 daggers, and thieves' tools. Okay. That's fine. Leather armor, 2 daggers, and thieves' tools. So if you don't want to go and buy everything individually, you could do it that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and drop this under. We're going to eliminate the choice of picking a pack because we're going to make our own pack. Oh, come on, Fred. Can you get it together? Right, there we go. Thank you. And then we're going to make our own pack because we've done this before and I think it was the right idea. A rogue pack with I'm going to drop this down because I don't really like that. A rogue. What is going on there? Oh, okay, so I see. I've bullet pointed it. Why did I do that for a reason? Bullet pointed for a reason? Not really. Some reason. Okay, bullet point. Bullet point. Okay. All right. A rogue pack with. All right, my brain is shutting down again. Okay, a rogue pack with, and we've got a whole lot of suggestions. Quarterstaff. I think the blowgun was an option, isn't it? Yeah, blowgun. Oh, it's a martial weapon. Oh, sorry, people. I didn't pay attention to the martial weapons as well. Blowgun net. We don't have net. Oh, you guys suck. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Let's fix that problem. Simple weapons. Blowgun. 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 The net. I agree. We should include the net. The net goes somewhere here. Net. Yep, they should have a net. Absolutely. Quarterstaff. Why the quarterstaff? I thought they already had access to a quarterstaff. Quarterstaff is a simple weapon. They already have access to a quarterstaff. Quarterstaffs are already something that a rogue can take if they want to. That's not a problem. A longbow. Now, they have access to a short bow, but apparently not a longbow. Why not a longbow? Is there a reason? Rogue pack includes a bandolier, sir. Blackjack. Leather armor, even with a bull, is hard to wear. It's hot and chafes. Does it? Okay, good to know. You guys you're making me laugh too much. Okay, so why is it that a rogue only gets a hand crossbow but not all access to all of the crossbows? Why is that? Why can't we open up? You get access to a heavy crossbow, a hand crossbow, and just crossbows in general. It seems weird to have restricted that. They get light crossbow already. Does anybody feel like there's a bad thing? I'm here all week and you keep doing your thing. Does anybody think there's a good reason why we should restrict them to just using a light crossbow and a hand crossbow to a rogue? Because I think there's no point. And frankly, I think restricting them to just a short bow, again, I think is kind of silly as well. I would just give them access to all bows, like the long bow as well. I don't understand why you would have that restriction there. It frankly doesn't make sense. Hello, Phil. How you doing? Screw it. All crossbows. And all bows. I know, just put long bow, don't we? We've already got the short bow, long bow. I'm going to give them a long bow as well. Yep. Screw that. You get your blowgun, you get your crossbows, you get your long bow, you get your short bow, you got your long sword, net, rapier, scimitar, short sword, whip, and you're ready to go. They know how to use the larger bows, but they're encumbrant. Yeah, so here's the thing. For me, I think they should know how to use them. Whether you decide to take them is another thing. I just don't see why they would not have it. Hello, big kid. No! You're getting upset. What are you getting upset about? I've just given... Have I given them too much? Are you going to cry? I'm gonna do a really quick cut and paste from your suggestion over there with the kit for the rogue. I'm probably going to throw a lot more stuff in there, by the way. I'll warn you now. So let's do this. Here we go. And we've already got thieves' tools, pepper powder. Your suggestion and ideas are making me laugh, Pale Rider. So I'm going to take it now and plonk it in here. And we'll come back to that. Because, yeah, just funny. Caltrops. The sewing. Bag of caltrops. Hello. How's it going, Eddie Love? How are you? What about the sling? I think we have access to the sling already. The sling is a simple weapon, and rogues can access all simple weapons. They get simple weapons, whether it's martial or it's ranged, so the sling is already there. So we're all good. Not a problem. Bawling my darn eyes out. Are you? No longbow. I'm giving them a longbow, man. Giving them a longbow. I can't imagine a thief standing there with her foot on the crossbow crank. That thing. Yeah. Hey. It's a sniper position. Sniper position's ready, and you in the shadows, and you fire, and then you run. Or throw the thing into the river. Ball bearings laugh out like, yes, ball bearings. So you don't have to worry about the sling, people, as I said. So I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to type into the chat my prompt, and I'm going to let you guys figure it out while I go and take another quick break. Okay, I think that's fair enough. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. Hashtag, what equipment should the rogue pack have? Like, what should they get? I'm going to leave it to you. And then I will come back and I will plop stuff in. Okay? And we'll see how we are. I may not agree with you, but chances are I'll add stuff that you haven't put it in anyway. You never know. Anyway, 5 minutes or less, I'll be back. Look at all those ideas. People have been busy. Right, let's have a look here. I'm just going to refill my water, and then I'll go through your comments. That's that one. That's that. Next one. Next one. Refill. Okay, good. Feeling better now. Safe cracking tools. I think that's the thieves' tools, isn't it? Okay, next. Lozenger. Okay. Let's have a look. MacGyver's bag of everything. Oh my gosh. Really? Anyway, let's whack on back into this. Let's do this now. So there's a few things that you've written down here, people. So equipment. We're starting off with Eddie Lover said safe cracking tools. I think the thieves' tools, we already get thieves' tools anyway. That's part and parcel of the kit. So we don't have to worry about the pack having that. What? I'm actually a lock engineer, and lock picking tools can be elaborate. Okay, good to know. Smoke bombs made by the alchemist. Now, we're not going to give them smoke bombs. So, people, you've got to get over the idea that I've added the longbow and all crossbows. Remember, hiding in the shadows, hiding behind cover, from the top of a building, from a tree, from bushes. One shot, one kill. Okay? That's the rogue. Small bells. Okay, a bell. Small bell. We could include a small bell. Small bells. You don't need multiple bells. We'll just have one small bell. String, ball of string though. That's a good idea. Let's do that. I'm going backwards now, people. String. It's a ball of string. No, Steve, I've put it there. It may not stay there, but heavy crossbow. You know, you take your shot, you kill your target, you throw it in the river. That's what the assassin does. That's what the sniper does. You all are not giving them longsword and rapier. They already have. They've always had the longsword and rapier as proficiencies. It's not a new thing. Anyway, I imagine my group will go through here and pull it apart if they don't like anything. Anyway, let's have a look. Small bell. Somebody had said ball bearings. A bag of ball bearings. I think we can do that. A ball of string. So a ball of string. What about weapon black? What's weapon black? I don't know. Does the world have smoke, powder, and gun? No, I'm not doing that. I know Wizards of the Coast is making firearms and gunpowder standard to fantasy role-playing games in the Player's Handbook. That is, for me, I'm not doing that. Okay, they can do that stuff. I'm not doing that. Okay, because game masters often when they want to run a fantasy world, they do not want to have firearms in the game. Otherwise, they wouldn't run a fantasy world. So, oh, was the thing in back in the day? Okay, all right. We need to revamp the weapons, otherwise people are gonna choose the most damage. There's obviously, you know, benefits and drawbacks to taking anything. Of course, they're going to take the one that's the most damage if you're a power gamer, but I've seen people who don't. So yeah, I'm still putting down the longbow and the all the crossbows. If I find myself in a situation where the player group says, Fred, that's just not going to work, I don't think it's appropriate, then we'll take it out. But right now I'm going to leave it there. Okay, remember first draft. I haven't even finished the first draft. Weapon black is like a sooty substance that you coat with your blade so that it will not shine. Oh, I see. Weapon black. I like the idea. Let's put down weapon black. Yeah, if you're more scout, then a longbow fits. That's where my head is at with any case. Okay, so let's have a look here. So you guys have written down a lot of stuff. I've got to find it all now. Oh, it is so. But like anything, as I said, I haven't even finished the draft, so it may not even stay. But I'm putting heavy crossbow. Next, small boy bells with string. We've got that. To all, I am actually a locksmith in there. No, we've got that down. Smoke bombs, not doing that one. MacGyver's bag of whatever you need. Pack. Then there were people who actually knew how to wear armor and shoot these weapons. Oh, I see. Lockpicks and trap tools are also smoke bombs in my homebrew. Made a string alarm set. So yeah, we've got string and bell and small bell. Those are there. Those used to be huge advantage to keep combat at range instead of in your face, standing in each other's toes. Yes. Potion, pouch, poison. So yes, we're going to give them poison. We're going to give them some poison, people. It's going to happen. We're going to give them some poison. Poison vial. It's expensive. It's 100 gold pieces. We're going to give them a poison vial. Poison vial. Oops, that ain't right. Here we go. Remember when the crossbow could only be fired one every 2 year. Remember, short bow and long bow gets 2 arrows around. It's not going to look. It's not like I'm going to have sneak attack, being able to use multiple times in a round. That's not the idea behind it. Okay. It'll be fine. Also coat their faces with black grease. Weapon black. We need to call it something else, don't we? Maybe we're just going to call it black grease. I don't know what else to call it. Black grease. Yeah. Makeup was often lead. Oh, yes, yes, grease. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so right now, apparently the burglar kit, the Dungeoneer's pack, and the Explorer's pack are options. A small sack of flour. Sack of flour. We just say sack of flour. There we go. We've got a sack of flour. Pepper powder. Yes. Yep, I get it. Bag of caltrops. Sewing kit. Okay. Silk rope, 50 feet. Tinderbox. Yes. It's fine. Feet. Tinderbox. That's fine. Hooded lantern. Marbles. I think that's ball bearings. We're going to be going with ball bearings. Bag of ball bearings. Okay, so first thing is the burglar's pack includes a backpack, so we're going to give them a backpack, obviously. Backpack, bag of ball bearings, 10 feet of string. We're just going to give them I guess we're going to say 10 feet of string. 10 feet of string is not very much. It's pretty short. Sleep darts, wind makeup was often lead oxide. Okay, yep. Once used a sock loaded up with sand as a... yeah, I get it. A bell, we've given them a bell. They already had so that pack already had a bell in it, so we're going to leave the bell there. 5 candles. Yeah, 5 candles. That's the light. 5 candles. A crowbar. Of course, it's got to have a crowbar. Crowbar. A hammer. Yeah. 10 pitons. Yep. A hooded lantern. 2 flasks of oil. Let's do that. Where are we? Two flasks of oil. Where are we? Let's do this. 2 flasks of oil. No, yes, got it done. Kick me sign. I kick me sign. Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. I love the sticky bomb idea in Saving Private Ryan. Yeah. And load that up with Greek fire and have at it. Have you used a candle wax and a small potion vial loaded with Greek fire? Okay. Launching jars of slime. 5 days of rations. Let's do that because they're traveling. Five days of rations. Seems reasonable. We've got tinderbox ready and a water skin. So we need to make sure we have water skin in there as well. And a water skin. Okay. So what's the difference between the Dungeoneer's pack? The Dungeoneer's pack had a backpack, crowbar, a hammer, 10 pitons, 10 torches. Rather than having a lantern, they had 10 torches. I'm kind of curious. If I look at torches are going to weigh... One torch is a 1 copper, and they're £1. And if you take a lantern that's hooded, it's £2. So a hooded lantern's actually lighter, and it would be equivalent to taking 2 torches, which seems stupid, right? And then the oil, really the oil shouldn't really weigh very much. They've got here oil flask is £1. I think that the hooded lantern just makes more sense. I think we go with that. Pitons. Fred. Yes, I do, Steve. I have a lot of thieves. Look, people love the rogue and they love thief. And also, too, because I've been on a... what could we call it? I've been on an old school D&D bender. Let's call it a bender, shall we? Yes, but it'll last a long time, right? The hooded lantern lasts a long time. Hooded lantern. Here we go. Hooded lantern casts bright light, 30 feet radius, dim light, another 30 feet. Once it burns, okay, once lit, it burns for 6 hours on a flask of 1 pint. So you get one flask is 1 pint. Okay. As an action can lower. Okay, so that's 6 hours. But a torch, it only burns for 1 hour, gives bright light to 20 feet, dim light to 20 feet. So really, it doesn't last as long. So the hooded lantern actually, in terms of weight, is actually better. Yes, hello, Wally. How are you? So if it has not been obvious, I'm 52, and I've been going on an old school bender or tour, you might say. And Wally has helped me on that bender or tour, as it happens. How's it going, buddy? Old school bender. It does feel like that. Anyway, so Dungeoneer's pack. Let's keep looking at this. So I think that taking the lantern over the 10 torches makes far more sense. You put liquor in the flask. Yeah, exactly. You can burn liquor as well. 10 days rations. Nah, don't worry about that. A water skin. The pack has 50 feet of hemp rope. No, we're going with silk rope. Give them silk rope, man. Silk. Okay, now an explorer's kit. So we've pretty much got everything in the Dungeoneer's pack. Explorer's pack. Backpack, bedroll. Oh, we don't have bedroll. Whoops. Let's give them a bedroll. Bedroll. They are travelling. Give them a bedroll. If they can't carry it all because they're too heavily laden, they have to leave something behind. A mess kit. A mess kit. Do we give them a mess kit? Cool, I think we probably should. Day's rations. They're probably going to be, yeah, let's give them a mess kit. Let's give them a mess kit. What about spiked boots, climbing boots? What have we got here? 24 hours of D&D, 6th edition from basic, 1st edition up, 4 hours each. Yeah. We've got glue, scroll tubes, caps, continue late. Okay, all right, let me have a look at the list of adventuring gear and decide if there's anything that we still haven't put here that kind of is appropriate. Not going to do that. That's no. Abacus is not required. No, we're not going to do Alchemist Fire. They've got poison. That'll do for now. They're going to blow pipe the snot out of people and poison them from a distance. Or they're going to use a long bow and take that one single shot. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. And next, Arcane Focus, not appropriate. Probably would be good to have antitoxin just in case they poison themselves, but that would be quite funny, so we'll leave that off. Basket, bedroll, done that one. Bell, got a bell. Blanket, don't worry about that. No, don't need this, don't need that. So we've got caltrops already for doing all sorts of nasty things. We're going to give them some chalk. One piece of chalk will do. They don't need a lot of chalk. Chalk's always nice, and it's light, you know. Just stopped in to say hi. Got to run. No problems. I know you're very busy. You got 3 books, I believe, and a life outside of YouTube, plus all the other YouTube stuff you've been doing recently. Got to be a lot of stuff to deal with. I'll catch up with you in about a week. Okay? Back to Morkbork. We got glue, scrolls, tabs, head on, clerics, casting coins. Yes. Is a flashlight. Well, you could just use light, I suppose. Okay, let me just keep reading through the adventuring gear. We've got candles. We don't need a bucket. That doesn't seem appropriate. Why are we taking a bucket? Don't need a... No, we've done that one. That's good. Yes. Oh. We've got a hammer and pitons, and we've got rope. But we don't have a climber's kit. Now, the reason we don't have a climber's kit is it's 12 pounds, but have we actually loaded them up with a whole lot of stuff and hit 12 pounds anyway? That's the question. If we have a look at all the gear that they have, we're actually gone quite light. We haven't gone heavy. Climber's kit. Include special pitons, boot tips, gloves, and harnesses. Matches, lighter. We've got tinderbox. We've got the tinderbox. That's good. That covers that. So I think pitons, boot tips, gloves, and harnesses. Do I give them this anyway? If we do that, we won't need the other things. So do you think the rogue needs the climber's kit, or do you think we leave it off? I'm curious. I'm tempted. It kind of makes sense, but I'm like, do we need to do that? Needs a shake. Okay, all right. You shake your have your milkshake, by all means. We've done the crowbar already. Fishing tackle. We don't have a grappling hook, and yet if we're going to go climbing around stuff, we probably need a grappling hook, right? Oh, you're just assuming that rogues are all scrawny because they're dexterous. They're not. Look, does James Bond look like a scrawny nothing? He's not a scrawny nothing. Yeah? This is their travelling. This is their travel gear. Grappling hook. We're going to give them a grappling hook as well. Oh dear. Somebody tell me, if we used encumbrance rules, would all of this gear be more than somebody with a strength of 10 to carry? Like, I'm curious. I mean, I don't want to do the maths, honestly, but I'm curious. We're not going to give them. No, not going to give them Morden's hammer. Climber's kit. There you go. All right. So if we're taking a climber's kit, we don't need to take the 10 pitons. That would be unnecessary. But so climber's kit. Okay. So there's a few things we can take off here if they have a climber's kit. Not the crowbar. Is there a hammer with the climber's kit? It doesn't actually state as such in here. But you'd think you'd have a hammer. If you've got pitons, you're not going to be able to stick them into the... yeah. Depends on who's playing James Bond. I suppose that's true. That's true. Rogiv. Okay, so we'll leave the hammer for now. Remove the pitons because we don't need that. We shouldn't need that if we've got our climber's kit because we've got special pitons already. Special ones. The grappling hook we might leave anyway. Sewing kits. I don't know where did we get the sewing kit from? Somebody just wrote it down and I just wrote it down. No. Yes. Yeah, we're dealing with 5e. 5e, like encumbrance for 5e. Not back in the day. Not back in the day. Okay, so mess kit, chalk, days rations, grease. So Okay, so that's a lot of it. So that covers spiked boots and that sort of stuff. And we'll keep the hammer, I guess, since I'm not too sure if there's a hammer in the climber's kit, which you'd think there would be. Cargo. Okay, so no, 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 no. Don't need that. Don't need that. Negatory, negatory. We've got a lot of things that will cause a lot of trouble. That's fine. That's fine. We've got that. We've got that. We've got that. We've got this. We're going to add something in. Sealing wax weighs nothing. We're going to give them some sealing wax. Sealing wax. Okay, next. No. Signal whistle. Give them a signal whistle. Whistle. No. Soap. It's cheap. They can stay clean. Don't want to be... If somebody can smell you downwind, no, not a good thing. So, we'll keep that. Next. No. Got that one. Got that one. Got that one. Water skin. Okay. All right. I think that's everything. I think that's all the gear that they need. Negatory. Like, it must have been a BC back in the day. A BCer? What's a BCer? I don't know what is a BCer, Steve? I don't know. I write a computer program that tracks encumbrance and makes all PC management easier. D&D Beyond has a check mark everyone turns off for tracking encumbrance. Firecrackers. We're not going to give them firecrackers. We're not, nothing. No. They can get right. They can get them themselves. If they can find firecrackers, wonderful. Anyway, let's get rid of all of this. We've been working rather a long time on this pack. It's taken us a long time to get to a point where we're like, okay, that's done. Sheesh. Okay, the pack done. Jeez. Next, this is Second Wind, and it's 11. Okay, so that's fine. So we're dealing with actual abilities again. Expertise, which, honestly, I'm not sure I want expertise to read the way that it does. So, Citizens Band Radio. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what we're talking about. Citizens Band Radio. What is that? Remember, I'm not from North America, people. I don't understand a lot of your references. I don't get it. Okay. At first level, choose 2 of your skill proficiencies. Oh, God, here we go. Or 1 of your skill proficiencies and your proficiency with Thieves' Tools. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make that uses either of the chosen proficiencies. I don't know. How do people feel about expertise? I've always found expertise to be a pain. I'm going to say it now. I've always found expertise to be a pain. I don't know. Is it a big enough pain that I want to do something with it? I don't know, honestly. But I've never... And I can't really think of anything to replace it with that would be better. That's my biggest issue. CBs. Oh, okay. People back in the 70s and 80s in America used Citizen Band Radio, and cars and home. Okay. Now I know. But yeah. Not something that I know anything about. Like that's, yeah, not really a thing here in New Zealand. not unless you if you've got a business where you have to have a shortwave radio system of some kind, which doesn't really work because you really need to have a bit more distance anyway. 12. Do they? Okay, first, okay, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about expertise, and I know we want to get onto sneak attack, and I'm really trying to think very hard as to why it needs to be there. And I'm not entirely sure that I'm not necessarily on board for it. If anything, I'm actually quite tempted to move expertise, the second increment, to level 9. Just to give myself a bit of space with these things. Because you're getting quite a lot. Specialized agents is a big deal. And I am not convinced this is necessarily the way to go. It is a lot of levels to shift it. I'm aware. But I'm also thinking in terms of evasion at level 7. Getting evasion at level 7 is a pretty good thing to have. My accent is musical. Well, I'm glad to hear that you like it. I can trust me, there's plenty of people from the States who hate my accent. Hate it. Told me to kill myself. Like literally, I have to delete their and ban them from my channel. It's that bad. Move the move the stuff up in level. I think we should do some moving. I'm going to move expertise to level 7. I'm going to move evasion because evasion is such a good feature. At level 7, I want to move it to 9. I want to move it a little bit further. I want you to get it a little bit later. I don't think I have a problem with how evasion kind of works. It's just like level 7, like there's not much you can do to your character now with evasion. So yes, I think that's what we'll do. I don't know that it'll be necessarily very popular. And I'm not talking about with the general audience in the live stream. I mean with my own home group. I don't know that it will stay there. I actually think I might have some major repercussions by doing this, by shifting it to where it is. But I'm very tempted to do it because I just think it's probably better to. Got to go. No problem, Steve. Thank you for hanging out. So let's have a look. We're only really moving the expertise at level 6 to level 7. It's only one level that we're shifting. We're moving evasion by 2 levels. Is it really a big stickler? I don't know that I think it is. So expertise 7, evasion 9. So I'm sticking in, like a lot of the stuff I've stuck in is pretty good. Thieves can't, expertise, level 7. At level 7 you can, okay, so that's expertise, but we've also got expertise. Why have I got another thing that says expertise here? Expertise. At level 7 you gain 2 more skill proficiencies, 1 or more of your skill proficiencies. Add your proficiency with the Thieves' Tools. Your proficiency bonus is doubled. Any check that you make with either. So that's just a recap of the other one, really. Do I need to have that there? I think I can actually probably remove that there. This is going to wind up being 9. Thieves can't get it. Okay, so. Okay, at level 7, choose 2 more of your skill proficiencies or 1 more of your skill proficiencies and your proficiency with Thieves' Tools. Your proficiency bonus is doubled any ability check that you make that uses either of the chosen proficiencies. To gain this benefit. Okay, so I think we'll make it level 7, and I'm going to remove the second entry here that we've got here because it's just doubling up on stuff that doesn't need to be doubled up on. Repeating ourselves multiple times, not really that helpful, so let's get rid of it. Okay. Next. You know what that means, people. Have people just realised that what this means? If I move that to there, and then I go back and we have a look at, we're now looking at sneak attack. For those of you who have been wanting me to finally talk about sneak attack, it looks like I'm talking about sneak attack. God, sneak attack is such an annoying feature. It's caused me the amount of hassle that sneak attack has caused me trying to communicate to people how sneak attack works, and is it too strong? Is it not strong enough? Like, good Lord. Hashtag, what are your issues with the rogues sneak attack? I am curious. Let me know in the chat. A perk talent. So there's a few things I still have to put into this this class that my players have requested. So we'll get back to that. Let's just deal with, since people have asked me to deal with the actual revising the existing features. Let's start with this. Beginning at first level, you know how to strike subtly and exploit a foe's distraction. Okay. Once per turn. Now it says once per turn, which once per turn has always caused problems with the sneak attack. Why? So this is the reason. I mean, ultimately, I think the problem with the sneak attack being one turn is you could use it as a reaction with an opportunity attack, which is situational at best. And there were ways of building a rogue so you could get 2 sneak attack in a round. And so once per round, I believe, is where Wizards of the Coast has been heading with this. And I'm inclined to, I don't often agree with them, but I'm actually inclined to say yes, that's probably a good idea. And I guess, well, now here's the, gets busted and used wrong, and players won't, and players what? Won't believe they're doing it wrong. So here's my first issue, I think, with sneak attack. One, I think it should be once per round. And that eliminates any hassles with the sneak attack being used twice, which you can, I would say, and I believe Jeremy had stated as such, you can as written, but they are revising that. So, the question is, if we take away their ability to potentially get a second attack as an opportunity attack, which is very situational, like it's probably not going to come up unless the enemies are running away, but it does give you potentially the option to do that, but it's hard to sort of make that work. Are we taking away anything from them that they really will need in terms of, are they able to stand on their own compared to the other classes in terms of fighting? Abused, yes, I know. Disengage to move, and move again to hide, use again. Okay. So I get where you're going with this, Eddie, and I totally get it. So I think part of the problem is in the description. Beginning at first level, you know how to strike subtly, find weak points, and exploit a foe's distraction. Really, I think that's what we're trying to say. Yep, so I'm going to add that in. Once per turn, you can deal an extra 1d6 to one creature you hit with an attack if you have advantage on your attack roll. So here's the problem. You only get it if you have advantage on your attack roll. The attack must use a finesse or a ranged weapon to do so. Again, I'm not sure that that's absolutely necessary to be doing that. I don't know why. Why would you not be able to find a weakness with a longsword if you're a rogue? And the other problem I see with this particular feature is that when you think of the weapons they have access to, right, okay, so finesse weapons, scimitar is a finesse weapon, short sword is a finesse weapon, rapier is a finesse weapon. The long sword is not, the whip is a finesse weapon. Now, ranged weapons, I don't have a problem with that. We could leave that there. Rogue isn't supposed to be able to toe-to-toe in a fighter. No, that's right. That's right. We're not wanting them to do that. That's true. But if you play a rogue, is your ability to harm the enemy going to be significantly less than a fighter? Now, it's not so bad at low levels, but it gets worse. But that's why your sneak attack goes up over time. So we might have to revise at some point the amount of damage that the sneak attack damage does. My general feeling is that even if you have 4 or 5 attacks as a fighter and you are using a fairly solid, powerful weapon, almost even if there's a great sword that you're swinging and that's 2d6, I feel like the sneak attack stays in line with that. And that's with doing 5 attacks, but the rogue is only getting 1 attack to do all that damage all at once. So it's a little bit different. Rolling stealth check for, say, hiding is okay, I got it. I understand, Eddie. So I'm going to revise. So my understanding of what sneak attack or backstab was really all about was that the rogue was really good at striking in a way that would find the best weakness. That's not because they weren't being seen or anything like that. I mean, sure, there's lots of different reasons, but here's the other problem that I see with this: you don't need advantage on the attack roll if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it. That enemy isn't incapacitated, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. Disadvantage on the attack roll makes no sense. Here's the thing. All we need to say, really, in my opinion, is as long as you have advantage, that's it. You're only getting 1 attack. So you have 1 chance of hitting, and if you miss, you do no damage. With a fighter, as they level up, they get more and more attacks. So even if some of the attacks don't hit, at least the chances are some of the other attacks will. So they're, on average, probably going to be more consistent than a rogue is. Should a sneak attack be renamed to extra weakness? yeah, I guess. But I mean that's really the idea behind a backstab. Okay, is like, they don't see you coming. You find a weak point. That's kind of what's going on there. So my general feeling is, and I'm kind of curious as to what Wizards of the Coast has done with this. I know I did look last time. I wasn't a huge fan of what they had done. Let's get rid of the fighter. We don't need the fighter anymore. But my temptation is to do this, people, is to always give the rogue advantage on their attack. So they can always use sneak attack. I know, before you wig out and run away and say, Fred, you're crazy, it's a stupid idea, let me explain why that's my thoughts behind this. Why give them advantage on a 20-sided dice roll? It's the only attack they will get. Other classes get multiple attacks. Okay? Their chances to do a lot of damage on a single target, that's really all the rogue is good at doing in combat. A single target, do a lot of damage. Okay? If we say something like, okay, you get advantage for a variety of different reasons. If you can't be seen, you have advantage. Because they can't see, you get advantage. Right, that's one thing. You get advantage if you're using the flanking rules. Okay, so you get advantage that way as a sneaky rogue for your attack. Action surge times 600 combo. Eddie, I get what you're saying here, but I guess the thing is that the sneak attack damage that you do should not be, it should be only applicable to, in my opinion, it should only be applicable to increasing it if you're taking rogue levels, not something else. So I kind of get what you're saying in terms of action surge. And of course it's a first level ability, but at first level it's like you're only getting 1d6 extra damage. It's not that much more. What are you going to do? You're going to take action surge, so one level to pick up action surge from the fighter, right? I know the combination fighter rogue is such a common thing for people to do. I get it. and it may not play out well if we have that doing that, but it's always been an issue. It's always been a contentious thing. Why not simply eliminate it? Instead of worrying about players who are taking 2 levels of fighter to get action surge and then going into rogue so they can get more attacks, it won't matter because it's going to be based on the round. You will only be able to do your sneak attack damage once in a round. Not a turn, but a round. Okay. The other thing is you get, apparently if you have an ally within 5 feet based on these rolls, you can also get your sneak attack damage. You don't have to have advantage. If somebody decides to help you in combat, okay, use the help action in a battle, you would get advantage. This is why I'm saying just make the chances of that single hit that they get better than everybody else's, because it's really the only thing they get. And that's it. If they get advantage on all attacks, they don't need the bonus damage. Well, no, they do. They still do, because they only ever get one attack. If you look, there's nothing else the rogue gets. Like most other classes that are doing damage, like spellcasters, their spells get more and more powerful over time. Did I mean? That's where I would go. Is they just get advantage on it. Now let's have a look at the Unearthed Arcana, and before I do it, because I think that's where the solution is. What it also means is they don't need to worry about this nonsense where they disengage, or they move position, they hide as a bonus action, and while they're hiding, they would get advantage as long as they're hidden, right? And then they can shoot again. Let's just eliminate that and just say that they're really good at picking those weak points, so they've always got advantage. I mean, that would just solve the problem so much. It'd be much easier and tidier. Help action would be the other PCs giving advantage. Yeah, exactly. The help action, another PC gives up their action to give them advantage, so the rogue can do lots of damage, potentially, if they hit with that advantage attack roll, which they might not. But anyway, let's have a look at what Wizards of the Coast has been doing with the rogue. I can't remember which play test packet it is, but it's got to be here somewhere. And was it playtest? Oh, okay, playtest packet. Was it Player's Handbook Playtest 6 survey available? I'm confused. What's this? Oh, has this just been released? Okay, let's just see if... Is this the one I'm looking for? Overview, playtest. Come on. Let's just have a look at this thing. This is Bard. What are we dealing with here? Is it just the Bard? How many pages? It's 77 pages. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. This looks at what? Changes, feedback. That's Bard. More Bard. That's the Cleric. Am I falling behind? They're putting stuff out and I'm not really aware of it. Or is this everything compiled together? Monk. Have we got Rogue in here? Is this the newest? No, Paladin. No. Ranger. Beast. Rogue. Okay, here's the newest Rogue stuff. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. And let's just see what they're doing with sneak attack. I'm kind of curious now. Sneak attack is no longer required to be used on your turn with the attack action. Okay, so they've decoupled it in some way. I'm not sure why you would do that. Why are they trying to do that? Because my general steady aim is a new 3rd level feature important from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. So aim. Cunning strike, new 5th level, whatever. Okay, let's just look at sneak attack. That's all I'm really worried about right now. Okay, so you know how to turn a subtle attack into a deadly one. Okay, so they've now made it even, they have given you even less information about it and gone more into crunch. Actually, help action would be given up their action to give the rogue advantage, but that would usually be the plan. Yeah, I know. I understand. That's exactly what I was saying. So, once per turn, they still got it as once per turn, you can deal extra damage to one creature you hit with an attack roll if you're attacking with a finesse or ranged weapon. And if at least one of the following requirements is met. Okay. Advantage. You have advantage on the attack roll. Ally adjacent to the target. So they're trying to set up so many things that pretty much gives you your sneak attack. At least one of your allies is within 5 feet of the target. The ally doesn't have the incapacitated condition, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. Well, if you've got advantage, then yeah. Okay, so to determine the extra damage, roll a number of d6 equal to half your rogue level rounded up. Oh, now they've done something different here with the damage output, haven't they? So to determine the extra damage, roll a number of d6s equal to half your rogue level, rounding up. So that means at level 1, you get 1. At level 2, you get 1, which is already the same. At level 3, you would get 1.5, so you round up as 2. So it's really exactly the same thing. The rogue table shows the number of sneak attack dice you get at each rogue level. The extra damage type is the same as the weapon's damage type. Okay, that was another factor that used to come into play, right? That would cause problems. My general feeling is they haven't changed it that much. There's a few different things that have reworded. They uncoupled the sneak attack, letting it be used on a bonus or reaction. Oh, I see. So now you could use... Oh my god. So you're telling me you could do sneak attack damage with your bonus action, and you could do it with a reaction as well. Is that because I know they had put in round at one point, so they've tried to make it even stronger. So that potentially means that if you are 2-weapon fighting, you can do 2 attacks that are going to do a stupendous amount of damage. They simplified the words around the dice. Okay, all right. But the progression in terms of the dice that you get is exactly the same. That's really all it is. There's no real difference. Okay, all right. So, beginning at first level, you know how to strike subtly, find weak points, and exploit a foe's distraction. Once per round. I'm going to say once per round, dude. I think once per turn is silly. I think it actually makes no sense whatsoever. I guess the point that they're trying to make is that if you are two-weapon fighting is probably better than using sneak attack and making one attack. But there's nothing stopping you from doing this and doing two-weapon fighting, but one of these attacks is going to have sneak attack and the other one won't because you're using a finesse weapon. So we'll keep the finesse aspect to it and the ranged weapon aspect to it as well. They made it more exploitable, but it's still supposed to be once a round. Yes, but they haven't put once around. That's the thing, is they haven't written down the word once around. They've still written it down as once per turn. Once per turn. So per round. I'm going to put it down as once per round. So if you're a rogue then and you're up in melee, if you're up close where you probably don't want to be and shouldn't be, you could use two-weapon fighting. You could make an attack, and it would be once per round. You'd get your extra damage. Okay, all right. I think I know where I want to go with this, because I don't want it to be exploitable. Because the rogue is already very good at what it does. Once per round, you can deal an extra 1d6 damage to one creature you hit with an attack. You have advantage on the attack roll. So you're probably thinking to yourself, Fred, that's ridiculous. But I would like to point out that a barbarian can go reckless attack and they get advantage on all of their attacks. They can go reckless attack and have advantage on all their attacks. Literally, it's in the rules, right? How big a difference is that? Is it really going to be a huge problem? Considering they get their range damage is +2. It goes up a lot slower, I suppose, than you could say the damage output. But they can use a larger weapon that does more damage. They can use a two-handed weapon, whereas you really can't do that with a sneak attack, can you? You're using a finesse weapon, you're using a ranged weapon. The biggest dice you're ever going to get is a D8. That's it. Plus your D6 for your sneak attack. So yes, reckless attack. At second level, it's not first level, but it's at second level, you can essentially get advantage on all your attacks, although you get disadvantage. They have advantage on you as well, so that's not a good thing. But I think that's where my head is at. Once per round, you can deal an extra 1d6 to one creature you hit with an attack. You have advantage on that attack roll. So that's what I'm trying to do. One attack, they get advantage on that attack roll, and they do your sneak attack damage as well. End of story. The attack must use a finesse or a ranged weapon. End of story. You don't need to have advantage on the attack roll if the other. No, we get rid of all of this. All of that nonsense. You don't have to worry about them sneaking into bushes to try to get advantage and all that sort of nonsense. Let's just go. Gone. Okay. Sweet. After watching Back Me in Basic Dungeons and Dragons, it was so much simpler than this 5e rule that we've had for so long. So I'm going to do that. I don't know how well it's going to work. I'm sure Simon and John will point out the problems, because I believe John is playing a rogue right now, so he'll be able to spot anything that is exploitable, and I know he'll tell me if it's a problem. So let's see. I think that's the best way. The amount of damage Extra damage increases as you gain levels in this class, as shown in the sneak attack column on the rogue table. That's the next thing. We keep that there, bring that up. And that just simplifies the whole thing. Sneak attack has been such a complicated rule to implement in the past. I have been so frustrated by the whole aspect of it, and yeah, I think that's the best way to go, is just deal with it that way. Okay, next. Let's do Thieves' Cant. Now, Thieves' Cant is a difficult one as well. I might actually come back to Thieves' Cant. We might do the cunning action, because I know a few of you are kind of annoyed by the cunning action. Alright, so for those of you who've just seen what I've done with sneak attack, if you see any problems with it, you need to start telling me, okay? Things that I might not have considered, so that I can readjust it if I need to. But I think really that's what was intended. You get one attack, it's got a better chance to hit, and it's going to do a lot of damage. And that's it. And you do that once around. Okay? And you don't have to worry about walking into bushes. You're just really good at scooting around and finding that weak point in their defenses. That's the rogue. I can see a lot of people are very, very upset with me and have left. Oh well. Okay. Anyway, so let's do cunning action. Hashtag. What are the issues with cunning action? Okay. So let's have a look at how this works. I think, if anything, the most frustrating aspect of cunning action is the fact that cunning action exists. And I'm not suggesting that I remove it or delete it at all. It is just, I guess, trying to get your head around what's going on here. I think that's the one thing that has always cropped up for me, is like, what is going on here? How am I dealing with it? How do I see it as working in the game? Because cunning action is a thing that you use in combat, right? And if you use it in combat, you would think that it would be easy to sort of envisage what's going on. Now, we have no trouble understanding what's going on with dash. Dash just basically means you use a bonus action. Yeah, Phil, I tell you, man, I've looked at sneak attack and how sneak attack has been worded for so long, and it's been so convoluted and so complicated, and the designers have given you so many different reasons why you would have advantage or get your sneak attack damage in the first place. Just give them advantage and give them the sneak attack when they have advantage. End of story. Just eliminate all that nonsense. So here's the next thing. Dash. Dash is fine, right? So I can now move again. So I moved 30 feet with my character, probably because all characters move 30 feet now. And then I use, that was my movement. And then I use my bonus action and I dash and I move again. Okay, another 30 feet. Easy enough to understand. Nobody has never had a real big problem with that particular part of cunning action. Now, disengage means you can leave the battle, get out of the way, get out in and out fairly easily using that bonus action. So when it's part of your movement, you use your disengage as the bonus action. You get out and you don't provoke an attack of opportunity. Why? Because you don't have a really high armor class, and standing in melee and duking it out with somebody is a stupid thing to do if you're a rogue, because you're probably going to get hit and you're probably going to get hurt. Okay? So again, it makes a lot of sense for the kind of class we're dealing with. We're dealing with somebody who moves around a lot. So again, that's fine. The hide action has always caused problems because it's used in combat. Now, why is it used in combat? It's used in combat by most people because they want to get advantage on their attack. But they don't need to worry about that now. Are people starting to understand where I'm going with this? We've just, because of the slight change that we have made, really, to sneak attack, the hide action, although still probably useful, really means nothing. The thing that you're probably going to do is a rogue now, as your cunning action, is disengage and dash. Disengage and dash. That's it. Because you're not going to get any additional benefit by using the hide action. It would be pointless. How's that? Now, does it mean we take away the hide action? We don't even need to worry about taking away the hide action. We can just leave it there. It won't make any difference. So starting at second level, your quick thinking and agility allow you to move and act quickly in battle. Okay. You can take a bonus action on each. Now, I would love to get rid of the bonus action, but one of the things I have to agree, it's hard to uncouple the bonus action with something like the dash or disengage or hide action, because if I don't make it a bonus action, what am I making it? I can't call it an action. That would not make any sense, right? So can I connect it to a move? So you can do one of these things as part of your movement and eliminate the bonus action. Potentially I could do that. I think that might be possible. You take a bonus action on each of your turns in combat. Okay. You can take a bonus action on each of your turns in combat. Now that's turns. This action can only be taken. The action can be used only to take the dash, disengage, or hide action. God, I hate this feature and the way it's worded. Does anybody agree that it's worded really badly? When we understand what it's trying to do, that's not the issue. It's just the way that it's structured. It doesn't even read very easily. And you look at the words and it doesn't sort of flow. So let's have a look. What I would like to do is rewrite it this way. As part of your movement, you can do one of the following things once a round. That's what I would like to say. And I eliminate the bonus action. Now, you're probably thinking, hang on, Fred, if we do that, that means you can't. That means that two-weapon fighting and dashing and disengaging and hiding are now an option. Is that going to be a problem? Let's think about that. If two-weapon fighting still exists in your game, it's a bit wordy, isn't it, Phil? It really is a bit wordy. So, is it really a problem that we allow them to two-weapon fight with a finesse weapon? Okay. They're not going to be able to do it with a ranged weapon, but with a finesse weapon and they're in melee, they can make an attack, and then one of those attacks will have sneak attack and one of those attacks won't, because they can only get sneak attack once a round. Yep. And one of those attacks is going to be advantage. Yep. In fact, both of those attacks could be advantages, frankly. I don't think it would make any difference. It would certainly increase their chances of hitting the target. So here's where my thoughts are. I'm not sure that it's really a big issue. Do you know what I mean? I'm actually kind of fine with them being able to whip around, maybe make one attack or two attacks, and that's really it. That's the extent of it. The only problem I can see is the interplay of multiclassing if people try to multiclass. I think that's where the biggest concerns lie, right? Again, I still think it's going to be easier to just decouple bonus action and eliminate it. The more and more I think about it, the more and more I think it's just, let's just not worry about doing this as a bonus action. So, I'm kind of curious, Phil, what you think in terms of cunning action. Because I am inclined to just make dash and disengage and hide something you can do once a round, You choose one of those three once around. That's it. It's not a bonus action. End of story. I just think it would just make life easier, frankly. And I mean, a lot of the things that I have put forward for the rogue aren't really combat related anyway. So that's that's the other factor here. So let me see if I can reword this in a way that it's actually going to work. I'm curious as to what people think while I'm doing this, by the way. This is one time where I am interested in what you have to say. Okay? I have always been interested in what you had to say. I just don't necessarily take on board everything. That's all. Okay, so once per round as part of your movement, and you can select one of the three actions. Dash, disengage, or the hide action. Now, hiding in combat really doesn't hide you. It never has. It never really has. The hide action in combat has never really worked that way. Good save, Fred. I think that's, I mean, let's get real. If you are in the middle of a battle and then you run around behind a bush and are successfully, even if you have a bonus action, you're using the old system bonus action and you hide, they still know you're behind the bush. So they're going to follow you behind the bush. So it's still not going to help. Do you know what I mean? Like, really? If anything, we've always created so much drama around the hide action in combat. So I am inclined to go with this. It reads really, really simple. Once per round as part of your movement, you can select one of three actions. Dash, disengage, or the hide action. That's it. So I'm going to highlight this because I'm curious as what people have to say. Okay, I'm going to highlight this section here. Will I highlight this section? I will highlight this section here, the bit that I've written in here, because I am all for just ditching this. And allowing them to do the two-weapon fighting, move around the battlefield nice and quickly and fast, do their thing, get their sneak attack, just make it a lot easier to adjudicate. Anyway, so let's do that one. Next, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this. Uncanny dodge. I'm going to do uncanny dodge because I want to come back to Thieves' Cant, and I'm kind of over time. I should probably take a break as well. But I'm all right, actually. Right now, when I think about it, am I all right? Do I need to take a break yet? No, not really. No, I'll keep going. So, uncanny dodge. Let's deal with uncanny dodge, because I think uncanny dodge is easy to deal with. Like, I don't think it's a big problem. In fact, and where it's placed in terms of when you get it, again, I don't really think it matters too much. Let's just go here, bold, underline. Starting at 5th level, when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to halve the attack's damage against you. Oh, you like that bit? Yeah. I know it kind of comes off as look, I'm doing my own thing, but here's the thing. I look, you people, please do not get offended if you present an idea and I don't like it or take it on board and I do something else. because you can't build a system off a committee. You know, you really, there's a saying that, like, if you want to innovate, you just have to look at what makes sense, and you just have to go with it. Right now, Wizards of the Coast is in such a they don't know where they're going. They're trying to use surveys. They're more like marketing surveys than anything else. So, and I've seen people try to do this before, and it just doesn't work. There are certain things that kind of I've just got to, yep, I think it has to work this way. But if you can present a good argument, that doesn't mean you won't change my mind, because I know you can. You guys have changed my mind on a few things, more than a lot. Actually, it happens all the time. And it's happened during this design just today. Like, you guys have changed my mind on a few things. Okay, starting at 5th level. When an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction. I can't stand reactions myself, but I've never really been able to figure out a better way of doing it. When I think about the rogue and how it works, word-wise, is there a better way of communicating it? Starting at 5th level, when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to halve the attacker's damage against you. I think it's fine. Honestly, I don't see any real big, huge issues with it. I think as it stands, it's perfectly fine. So they're reducing their damage coming in. Like, if you think about a barbarian when they rage, they're halving all damage. You can only do this once. A barbarian can halve all damage coming through when they rage. And a barbarian that doesn't rage in a battle makes absolutely no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's the key thing that a barbarian does, is they rage. Wizards of the Coast is doing a mix of committee and tradition and new just to be new. And the result is something only Crawford could love. Well, maybe not, but yeah, I get your thoughts around that. So if anybody sees any problems with uncanny dodge, you tell me now. I don't think there is. Hashtag. Is there a problem with uncanny dodge? Implementing it into the game, I've never had any problems. Its effect on the game, I've really had no problem with. Fred, have you hired a modern day thief as a sensitivity writer? No, I don't do sensitivity writey stuff. I don't do sensitivity at all. As I've gotten older, that thing that's gone. it's well and truly out the door. I'm not a sensitivity person. But then again, chances are I'm probably easier to get along than most people. If you can get past my sense of humour. Anyway, let's have a look here. If we look at the old thief, they never really, I don't think they ever had an uncanny dodge feature as such. I think it's a new concept. Here we go. So we've got the thief being stealthy, new number of weapons, slightly more effective, stealth, effectively explains primary features. Picking locks, finding locks, opening locks, moving, stealth, hiding in the shadows. These functions are basically self-explanatory. Chance of success of the respect to the pockets, blah, 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 blah. His or her victim and by the powers of the observer with respect to hiding in shadows. Okay. So we've got pickpocketing, opening locks, finding, removing traps, moving silently, all of which is fine. Hiding in shadows is the ability to bend into blackness. Yes. Secondary stuff, listening at doors, ascending and descending vertical surfaces, there's climbing, backstabbing. Okay. I know it says use your reaction, which you only have one of, but should say once around because people seem to be confused at times. Okay. I'm just trying to think about that. That's because they don't remember that there's only one reaction they can have, correct? So starting at 5th level, when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction Yeah, I know it wasn't. You can use your action once a round to halve the attacker's damage against you. Because really, your rogue should not be in the front line. They have the tools available to them to get in and out, and to move about a lot more than a barbarian does. I applied as a sensitive writer once as a did you? All right, okay. Okay, so now I'm just looking here. Listing at doors, ascending, backstabbing, all these alignment, language. Thieves can't. God, the thieves can't's going to be a bit of a problem. Burglar, reading languages, probability, 10th level master thief, decipher magical writings, scrolls, excluding those of clerical but not druidic nature. However, the fact that thieves do not fully comprehend magic means that there is a 25% chance the writers will be misunderstood. Bloody blah. Not just complicated as heck. No. I've got that covered. That's fine. Percentile, picking locks, opening locks, finding, removing slightly, hiding in the shadows. Cannot be accomplished under direct observation. So this is a problem with the hide rules. Hiding, and so if you look at page 28 of the rules for Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Ed Edition, one of the things around hide, and they don't state this in the core rules for 5e, is hiding in shadows. So basically hiding cannot be accomplished under direct observation. So if you see them move into that location, it's not going to work. It can only be accomplished with respect to creatures with infravision. Only if some heat-produced light source is near the creature or the thief attempting to do so, hide. Success makes the thief virtually invisible till he or she moves. Note this spells such as detect invisibility or see true seeing will reveal a thief hiding in shadows, hearing noise, climbing, reading languages. Okay, so how we're starting at 5th level, once per round when okay, all right, we're going to go the other way around. I see what you're going with this. Okay, so starting at 5th level, once a round when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to halve the attacker's damage against you. End of story. Done. So basically we've nailed that down. I think that's good enough. All right, cool. Let's move on because we're going to do evasion. I've seen so much confusion around evasion. Again, I don't actually have too much of a problem with evasion. I just think maybe bringing it in at level 7 is a bit much, because evasion's really good. Like, you think uncanny dodge is one thing, like then you get evasion. Wow, really, really good. And it doesn't run out. It's not one of those things that like, oh, it's going to run out. No, it doesn't. So, infravision, well, that's heat vision, basically, isn't it? I'm just trying to think about this a little bit more. Okay, so hang on. Let me just put in my next question. What are the issues, and I don't think there's many, if any, issues with the rogues' evasion? Okay, so beginning at 9th level instead of 7th, You can nimbly dodge out of the way of certain area effects, such as an ancient red dragon's fiery breath or an ice storm spell. When you are subject to an effect that allows you to make dexterity saving throws to take only half damage, you instead take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw and only half damage if you fail. Word-wise, I don't think it's a problem. I think the way it's been structured is actually fine. It is probably one of the strongest features that the rogue gets outside of its sneak attack. When you think about it, out of everything that you get at low level, this one and sneak attack are probably the key features. I suppose you could say, but cunning action as well. And I'm like, yeah, I suppose it's good, but this is really good because most saving throws are dexterity saving throws. I think the biggest problem I've found is not in the wording and the use, is the fact that people forget it's dexterity saving throws and they assume it can be used for a constitution saving throw, a strength saving throw, any saving throw. We're not wanting to do that. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that's going too far. But honestly, I don't know that it's a feature that we need to worry too much about. I actually think it's fine the way it is. I've almost not found a reason to dislike evasion in the way that it's worded. It's just people's ability to read the paragraph. That's been the only issue. So we keep evasion, we just move it a little bit. What do they do with evasion in the new rogue? Evasion they still left at, so they moved expertise. No, they left the expertise at level 6. I moved it to level 7. They've got reliable talent and evasion at level 7 now, which I didn't do. We've got reliable talent is actually at level 11. So they've made it sooner. They're just shifting things around. Word for word, that's a fighter's ability in basic. Is it? The fighter's ability in basic is worded like that, evasion? I didn't know that. Some number of uses per day. So your issue is the fact that it's unlimited. I understand what you're saying there, Fred. Here's the thing. I have never been a fan of having a resource that you can use a certain number of times per day. Because it's something you have to track. I've always found it causes confusion. It's hard for a game master to adjudicate because you don't know if the players are going to actually pay attention and mark down how many uses they have of evasion. It's the same problem that game masters have when players have to track spell slots. How many spells have I cast of this level? How many do I have left? It's one of the reasons why I can't stand spell slots, because it actually puts a lot of pressure on the game master, and you're like, okay, but have they actually used all those spell slots up, or are they just not paying attention, or I've had people not track them properly in the past, so that's why I despise it. Is evasion so good? Well, yes, it's pretty good, but it's now level 9. It's level 9. I'm going to tell you a little story about what I did to a person who had evasion. Evasion works very similar, as you know, in 5e to the monk evasion. Like monk evasion and the evasion that you get as a rogue, pretty much identical. Can dodge or breathe a breath weapon in basic. I see. So let's give you just a quick example of what I mean by this, and I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. Here we go. So first off, evasion for a monk is level 7. Yep. Level 7, they get this feature. As a rogue, you get it same time, pretty much. The rogue gets it, again, level 7, same time. So what I found happened, spell slots suck. They really do. They cause so many dramas for game masters and players. I'm like, so I'm really reluctant to do this. Now, the reason why I'm really reluctant to do something like this is I had a situation crop up where somebody was using evasion and they were being attacked by 9 adult red dragons. Not ancient red dragons, but adult red dragons. And I had them all breathe fire on the same character, all 9 of them, and I did no damage for a number of rounds. I think by the 3rd round, and had done no damage to them whatsoever, I gave up. And I just had them come in and bite and claw the character who had evasion, because they were dodging every single one. And that was just stupendously amazing, but also seemed incredibly broken until I realized still it was the wrong tool for the job. A young red dragon might breathe on somebody who has evasion, but really should probably stop after the first time it doesn't work, and then just come in and chew and claw them to pieces. And they died. Like, they died really fast. I had all 9 of them. Now, you might be thinking, Fred, you are the most brutal and horrible person I've ever heard of. Look, he ran into the middle of no man's land. He actually taunted me and tried to get me to do it. That player brought it on themselves. They actually wanted to prove a point that their evasion was so good. And I said, yes, but I don't have to keep using evasion, you do realize. And there was no hard feelings about the whole thing. Okay? Characters like level 15, there's ways of bringing characters back. So, even though it seems really, really good when you're dealing with dexterity saving throws, even though dexterity saving throws tend to be the thing that comes up the most out of anything, it doesn't work if you're dealing with a constitution saving throw. It doesn't work with other types of saving throws. Evasion only works with dexterity saving throws, which of course is the most common one. That's what I think, in many respects, kind of makes what the monk, good at what they do, like not taking too much damage at a certain point. The problem I found is it kicks in at level 7, and level 7 is probably a bit too soon. Level 9, I actually think it might be working out a little bit better. So I'm inclined to leave it as is and just change the level that you get it, rather than set up another thing you have to count and track. Create more dramas for a game master and another thing for players to remember to do, which you would hope they would, but they don't. You know what I mean? Your dragons are supposed to be dangerous, and the dragons are still dangerous. Even to somebody with evasion, dragon is going to kill them, okay? Because they're not going to breathe fire on them, okay? They're not going to use a dexterity saving throw breath weapon after the first time. They're going to come in with their legendary actions, and they're going to tear them to pieces with their teeth and their claws. End of story, end of character. So you won't be running up there on your own in the middle of no man's land with no help, facing 9 of these things. Okay. Anyway, what's it? At a high level, a fighter, and I think, okay, yes, got that. Level 14 without actually going to look, because I'm lazy. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, evasion could be put further at a higher level than it is, rather than level 9. But I think level 9's a good starting point for a first draft. Let's leave it there. I'll think about it, and I'll talk to my group about, like, should I be moving it further? Because between evasion and uncanny dodge, you kind of got a lot of ways of getting rid of hits that you might take. Okay. I'm coming in. I come from a time when PCs had to Mark what spell was on in each slot. Cast your feather fall, and yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, and so I'm actually fine with this being a high end feature at the top end of the first. I mean, I say character classes, but I'd break them up into to two areas. You have initial, and then you have the high end play, low end play, high end play. So this is at the top end of low end play, which is like level 9. So I think we'll leave it there for now, and I'll think about it a little bit more. Okay, so moving past this, since we don't want to deal with that stuff yet. Reliable talent. Not a huge fan of reliable talent myself, but we will work through it now. And we might even shift it where it's currently sitting. And I'll also have a look at what Wizards of the Coast has done, see if they've done anything that might be useful. It might not be. I watched a cat playing with a bird, plucking it. Was it plucking it a little each time I tossed the bird up? Apex predator. Yeah. Okay, all right. Reliable talent. By 11th level, you have refined your chosen skills until they approach perfection. Oh, okay. Here we go. This is where I'm going to have issues. Whenever you make an ability check that lets you add your proficiency bonus, you can treat a d20 roll of 9 or lower as a 10. I guess my biggest problem with reliable talent is in games that I run, when somebody needs to do a dice check, I don't ask them to roll dice and make an intelligence check or an ability check or a dexterity check or a saving throw. Not a saving throw. Forget about saving throws. I don't ask them to make a skill check or an ability check. So I don't say make a stealth check or make a perception check or... and this is how I run my games. What I say to them when they have to do something, I say this. What are you trying to do? And they tell me what they want to try to do. I want to try to sneak past the guards. And I will say to them, please tell me what your dexterity score is. And if their dexterity score, not their modifier, I'm talking about the dexterity score, the thing that nobody ever uses once they build their character. What I say to them is, okay, what's your dexterity score? They tell me my dexterity score is a 16. And I say, well, the DC to sneak past them is a 15. So you do not need to roll dice. You succeed. End of story. We don't roll any dice after that. I don't have to go through that nonsense. But if they had a 13 in their dexterity, I would say, please make a stealth check or a dexterity check. And then they roll dice. And that's it. So that's how I apply it. This rule here would still interplay with how I run my game and how I run my group. But I still don't like it that much. I'm still not fond of it. Reliable talent is a dice mechanic. You're giving a player who's playing a character a dice mechanic at level 11. And it's just, it just drives me nuts when Wizards of the Coast does this. They insist on giving out dice mechanics, which is cheap, lazy design, if you ask me, at high levels, where dice mechanics, as far as I'm concerned, are much more suitable for a low-level character rather than high-level features. So, yeah. I just don't like something that completely eliminates the possibility of failure. Now, I get it, Fred, I do. But I guess also, too... So here we go. So here's the thing. You instead take no damage if you succeed on the saving throw, and only half damage. They can still take damage if they fail. But high-level characters have really high saving throws, don't they? And of course, what's the saving throw that rogues are really good at? It's dexterity, isn't it? They just happen to have proficiency added to their dexterity saving throw. If we have a look here. You'll notice, see there, saving throw, dexterity and intelligence. So the chances are at high level, they're not going to fail it. So they don't take half damage. They will take some damage if they fail it, but they usually don't. So I totally get it. Okay. At 11th level, you refine your chosen skills until you approach perfection. Whenever you make an ability check that lets you add your proficiency bonus, you can treat a D20 roll of 9 or lower as a 10. It's not a bad feature, I suppose. It's a level 11 feature. It's a level 11 feature. At least we've given them something decent at level 10, I suppose. That would be the argument to be had, would it not? Is at least we gave them something that was kind of decent at level 10, even if at level 11 what they're getting is kind of shit. And you're dealing with the big guns now. It's not. Yeah. Okay. All right. Maybe I will leave it. It will come up very, very little in a game that I run because you don't really roll dice that often in games that I run. We almost very rare. Minimum of 10 on a dice. Proficiency bonus by level 10. Other modifiers that will apply. They can't fail. Yeah. So minimum of 10 on the die. Proficiency bonus. This is related to an ability check, though. Ability checks are not going to tie into a saving throw, if that's what you're talking about. Minimum of 10 on a die. Proficiency bonus by level 11. Other modifiers will apply. They can't fail. Yeah. The chances. I mean, it really, it almost should just read that you can't fail a ability check on those proficient skills. That's almost what it reads like, doesn't it, Fred? It does really read a lot like that. It's one of the reasons why I don't like it that much, because I'm not sure that it's necessary to do that. I'm gonna put a highlight on this a little bit. I think I might just actually highlight this because it's gonna bug me a little bit. I'm gonna just leave that. I don't know. I don't know exactly how I feel about that right now. Okay, so next, we've got Blind Sense. I've got to deal with Blind Sense. I've got to deal with Slippery Mind, which also seems like it's a giant joke. We've got Stroke of Luck, which is the top end, and we've also got Thieves' Cant. So, Reliable Talent. Did I have it in the right place? Let's have a look. Reliable Talent. It's still at level 11. And level 13 is open. I could move Evasion there if I really wanted to. I think Slippery Mind is pretty... But anyway, let's go here. Let's go down. Blind Sense. Blind Sense. Level 14. It says something you are going to add your proficiency bonus to. Yeah. So basically you have to be proficient too. So if you're adding your proficiency bonus to it, then yeah, you're using that reliable talent. Is it worded that badly? Okay. By 11th level, you refine your... Whenever you make an ability check that lets you add your proficiency bonus, you can treat it. It's your treat. Well, you're not. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of skills too. I get what you're saying. Okay, let's have a look here. Blind Sense, starting at 14th level. If you are able to hear, you are aware of the location of a hidden or invisible creature within 10 feet of you. It's almost a complete nonsense. I feel this ability does nothing. You're level 14. It would make more sense to put this feature further back and move some of the other features forward. Either the DC is so high nobody can make it, or they can't fail. Yeah. I get what you're saying, Fred. Okay. Hashtag. What what are, oh, come on, what are the issues with blind sense? I just think that for a level 14 feature, it's kind of junk. You know what I mean? If anything, I feel like blind sense should be sooner, and evasion would be better at level 14. But that's just me. Let's go here. Level 14, blind sense. Yep, okay. We're going to go there. I'm going to jump over here. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What did they do with reliable talent here in the Unearthed Arcana? Did they do anything that was sort of an improvement? I don't think they probably did, but we'll have a quick look. You can you have refined your talents until they approach perfection. Whenever you make an ability check that uses one of your skill or tool proficiencies, okay, you can treat a d20 roll. Okay, so they've gone with skill or tool proficiencies rather than ability that uses one of your skill or tool proficiencies. Does that change very much? Why do they rewrite it that way? Ability check that uses. Kind of curious now. There are features that allow you to add that, don't they? Paste. No, that ain't going to work. Let's do this again. That, check that, uses one of your skill or tool proficiencies. I don't know. Is this because of multi-classing where people have got ways of adding their proficiency bonus to something? Like the bard has jack of all trades, right? It's probably around that. I wonder if that's because of rogue and bard interacting, and so they've gone with skill or tool proficiency. That's probably why they've done that. That's probably why they've done that. Can't be detected by hearing. Oh, I see what you're saying. Blind sense. Able to hear. Okay. You are able to hear. So blind sense. Starting it. If you are able to hear. And it does belong at a bit lower level. I think it does. I think blind sense is something, it's only 10 feet. Like, you're not getting a lot of distance. You'd have to be very close. Blind sense is almost a nothing ability. Like, it's almost unusable as a feature, blind sense. That's how bad it is. So, yeah. So that's a good point. I'm going to go take a quick break, come back. People have a think about blind sense a bit more, and then I will start working on it. Here we go. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, I'm back. So Fred, as far as I can tell from what I see here in front of me, it seems pretty obvious to me that the word here is there. That's hard to adjudicate as a game master. Like being able to hear them, or will they actually give away noise and so you can detect them? Are they, like how's that going to work? How's that going to interact between a game master and player? I actually feel like this creates a lot of problems. So blind sense, starting at 5th level, if you are able to hear, you are aware of the location of any hidden or invisible creature within 10 feet of you, which you're almost never going to find. It's a 14th level feature. But which is stronger? So here's my question to you. Which do you think is stronger? Evasion? I'm not going to say reliable talent is, because I don't think reliable talent is that strong as a feature. Is evasion, which I've put at level 9, which basically says that you can, you got a good chance of not taking any damage from a dexterity saving throw, very situational, compared to dealing with something that's invisible or hidden. And as we know, at least 50% of combat encounters are going to probably involve something being hidden or invisible. But how useful? I think the problem is it's the implementation. How do you implement it? So if you are able to hear, you are aware of the location of a hidden or invisible creature within 10 feet of you. Blind sense does not ignore the silent spell. The silent spell isn't going to be. It's not. So I don't know where you're getting that from, Fred. I don't understand how you've come to that conclusion. The ability to locate invisibility is really good, since some creatures use invisible to ambush. Yes, they do, or hide in shadows behind something to ambush. Close to eliminate being surprised if you can't hear. If anything, my first thoughts are this. Yeah, in its current form, evasion is definitely stronger than blind sight. Absolutely, I would agree. I think the problem is, and we haven't taken this into consideration, let's think a little bit back about what blind sense is doing and what other features some of the other classes have that are, and what level they are and what they're doing. So for example, here, I want to just to describe to you the Barbarian. Now, I'm not saying the Barbarian is perfect and it should be the benchmark for development of anything, but let's consider it. Danger sense. At 2nd level, this is 2nd level, not 14th level, you gain uncanny senses of when things nearby aren't as they should be, giving you an edge when you dodge away from danger. You have advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects that you can see, such as traps and spells. Well, we know that the traps thing has always been a problem because you really can't see traps, but spells, yeah, you can see them coming. To gain this benefit, you can't be blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. So that's a saving throw, dexterity saving throw, and that's at 2nd level, not at 9th level. Okay, and what are you getting? You get advantage. So it's It's not quite the same as the evasion thing, but that's danger sense. Then if we have a look at another feature which is closer to what we're dealing with right now, and that is, I believe it is it feral instinct? Is it feral instinct? I know there's one here. Yeah, I think it's feral instinct. At 7th level, your instincts are so honed that you have advantage on initiative rolls. Additionally, if you are surprised at the beginning of combat, you aren't incapacitated. You can act normally on your first turn, but only if you enter your rage before doing so, doing anything else on your turn. So, basically, feral instinct at level 7 for a barbarian basically means you can't be surprised. Now, it's not the same as being able to detect something that's hidden. It's not the same as being able to detect something that's invisible. But I think we need to consider that this is probably more suited as a less than 10th level feature right now. It's not really a 14th level feature. It's actually quite a lot worse. And how you would implement it, and a game master is supposed to implement, I've never found it work very well. Like the rogue's blind sense, it's been a pain. Every time we've tried to deal with it, it's been a complete pain. So let's have a look at what they did with the rogue first here. They may have even eliminated it completely. Look, doesn't even exist anymore. It's gone. Have they removed it utterly? Reliable talent, improved cutting strike. They've got more attack stuff. Well, we're not going to give them attack stuff at level 14. They don't need it. They don't need any more attack stuff at level 14. What we need to do is we need to give them something that is going to be more useful. So, I'm inclined to look at this and say, there's a problem. What's another thing that is kind of coincides with what the rogue is trying to do? And I think that might be the monk. Because the monk has an ability, I believe, that's very kind of detecting things that you can't see. Isn't there? I'm sure there is something. Is it stillness of mind? No, it's not that. It's... no, it's frightened. No. 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 Okay. So it's not the monk. I'm sure there's something that's floating around out there that's kind of like that. So level 14. They've got a devious strike. A devious strike just looks like another thing that does damage. And 14. Yeah, it is. It's basically just feeding off your sneak attack to do dazing, knocking out, and obscure. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, not really what I'm after. Not really what I'm looking for. And I know my group isn't looking for it. Hey team, got a kick and no problems. Thank you, Phil, for hanging out. Much to my surprise, again, this class I thought would be much easier to work through, but it's actually got it's got a few problems, doesn't it? Ah, dear. Who would have guessed? So either our choice is this. Do we make it possible for our rogue to be good at detecting things that, and make blind sense more appropriate for level 14, or do we give them something else? I think that's the first question to ask. The other thing is, and I'm sure I did something with this with the monk when I was doing the monk. There might be a solution that I have already created. Monk Remastered. This is already on Patreon, by the way, people. Yes, Iron Body. No, there's all low level stuff. It's all low level stuff. Slow fall. No. Fighting styles. Forget about that. Stunning strike. Monk followers. G-empowered strikes, evasion. Got level 7, which probably needs to be higher. But anyway, next. No. It's immunity. It's languages and understanding stuff. No. No, I don't think that's right either. It's just an age thing. Invisible infiltrator. You become invisible, but you're not detecting invisibility. Detecting invisibility is a big deal. It always is. I know. Okay, so that's not the answer there. Is it in a spell? Is there a spell that we have that would actually help us break that down? True Sight. I don't think there's a spell that's called Blind Sense. If I remember right. I'm pretty sure there isn't. No. Blind, Deafened. Blade. Bestow Curse. Detect Invisibility. That's probably the closest thing. Is going to be Detect Invisibility. Because really that's what we're talking about here is Detect Invisibility. Detect magic, detect evil. See Invisibility. It's probably not Detect. It's See Invisibility, isn't it? See. Dark Vision, See Invisibility. CCC. Where are we? Come on. C. Invisibility. C. Invisibility. Here we go. This is a level 2 spell. Level 2 spell. So if we think back to what level would a caster get this? This is how bad Blind Sense is. Being able to see invisible creatures is a big deal. Granted. Absolutely agree. But See Invisibility. It's a level 2 spell. It's a very low level spell. And our casters would get it at what level? Is it level... It's not level 5. It's level... Level 3. So at level 3... you're going to get access to See Invisibility. Level 3 for a caster. They can see invisible creatures now. And level 14, we are now getting this sort of feature. So if we're going to give them a feature like that, it's got to be reasonably good. It's got to be really, really, really good to be doing that. Because it's only... I mean, comparably, cast a spell... See Invisibility, only level 3, and we're dealing with a level 14 rogue. That's so bad. Okay. So what does See Invisibility allow us to do? For the duration, you can see invisible creatures and objects as if they were invisible. You can see in the ethereal plane, ethereal creatures and other objects appear ghostly and translucent. You may disagree with me, but I'm inclined to say that Blind Sense probably should, if it's going to start at level 14, should read more like this. You can see and hear invisible creatures, but that's it. I wouldn't even bother with the hidden thing. I mean, you could have the hidden thing as well. But I'm inclined to say you can just see and hear invisible creatures. End of story. If we're going to have Blind Sense of some kind... Because when I was doing my martial arts training, they used to teach us and train us in a darkened room. So we had to learn how to use our ears to find our target. It's very hard to do. Even when you've been training for many, many years, it's really difficult because you have to keep doing it often to be and any kind of hearing damage will of course impair you. If somebody else makes noise in a different location, it will actually make it harder to pick up noises that are closer to you when you're trying to find a target. So it's actually really difficult to do. It can be done, but it's still really hard. So I'm inclined, if we're going to go blind sense, I'm inclined to go, you can see and hear invisible creatures. And I wouldn't set a 10-foot limit. I actually to get rid of that completely. That's where my head is at. I would actually just call it see invisibility. Actually, in many respects, blind sense kind of suggests a lot of other things going on, doesn't it? If we have a look at the different senses, and why is it the rogue is able to do that? Since this was training that I did as part of martial arts, you'd almost think that it would be part of a martial arts training, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's the rogue thing. Okay, hang on. Let me just have a look here. Where are our different senses? Senses, languages. Here we go. Blind sight, dark vision, tremor sense, true sight. Well, we're not trying to give them true sight. That would be a bit crazy, because you can see through magical darkness. You can basically, it defeats everything, right? Blind sight. A monster with blind sight can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight within a specific radius. Creatures without eyes, such as grimlocks and grey oozes, typically have this sense, as do creatures with echolocation or heightened senses, such as bats and true dragons. Okay. If a monster is naturally blind, it has a parentheses noted to this effect, indicating that the radius of the blind sight defines the maximum range of its perception. Okay. So given that see invisibility is not is much stronger than this, and this is a 14th level feature, that's ethereal plane. Forget about ethereal plane. Okay. So I'm going to rewrite this, and we'll see how we go. I don't know. Blind sight just seems like an odd feature to have at that level. And I can't see anything that suggests a better option in terms of what to give them at that point. So let's do this. Let's go like that. And we'll do that, and we'll just make this stronger, I think. Starting at 14th level, you are able to hear if you're able to hear, you are aware of the location of hidden or invisible creatures. Now, problem is with this feature, again, is some things won't make noise. And yet it's saying, okay, you can locate a hidden or an invisible creature. God, I hate this feature so much. Really despise it. Is there a solution in a different version of D&D? D&D ain't going to do me any good. I don't know that this one will do any good either, but let's have a look. 3.5. What did you do with the rogue at level 14? Because I know they just keep rehashing the same thing over and over again. 49. 49. 49. Here we go. Oh, trap sense. God, I remember that nonsense. That was bad too. Ah, dear. Finding traps, evasion. God, evasion used to be second level at 3.5, by the way. Trap sense, uncanny dodge was 4th level, improved uncanny dodge. Skill mastery, opportunists, defensive roles, Opportunist, skill mastery, defensive role. Okay, so no, not really. We'll ditch that. Okay, next, let's have a look at AD&D Second Ed Edition. Is there a solution for this? Because even if I make it stronger and better, it's still going to cause arguments and trouble between game master and player as the adjudication process. That's where the issue is. I'm sure of it. Priest, rogue, thief, bard. 54. 54. Okay. Alright, let's have a look here. Pickpocketing, skill explanation, open picks, hide in the shadows, opening locks, finding and removing traps, moving silently, hiding in the shadows, detecting noise, climbing walls, reading languages, backstab, thieves' cant, using scrolls. That was level 10. Level 10. And then it kind of just stops. There isn't really anything else going on. And yet there are apparently supposed to be a few levels in the rogue. The rogue has 20 levels. So all of their stuff is loaded very much at the very beginning of the class. So what creatures have blind sense, and what's the range of blind sense quite often? Like a bat. A bat would probably have pretty good blind sense, correct? So let's have a look at what bat is. Batty Watties. Batties get 60 feet. I mean, I think it would be better to make it 60 feet. 10 feet just seems ridiculous. Can detect invisible things as long as the object has an ability to cause noise. Yeah, okay. I think that's, yeah. So I'm going to make it 60 feet. 10 feet is too little. It's almost a waste of time. Level 14 feature. Starting at 14th level, if you are able to hear and the creature is making noise, you are aware of the location of any hidden or invisible creature within 60 feet of you. I think that does it. So it's a creature. We're not trying to detect invisible objects. I think that would be, yeah, I don't think that's really going to work for us. I think that might be the solution, though. I think that tidies it up. It makes it a little bit easier. If you're aware, if you're able to hear, and the creature is making noise, you are aware of the location of a hidden or invisible creature within 60 feet. Done. Done. We'll leave that. That's fine. Slippery mind. Level 15. Sheesh. Level 15. Really? Level 15, I'll put it there. Is it slippery mind is a level 15 feature? It is. Blind sense, level 14. There's actually a spot that I would like to fill up at level 13. I'm going to move blind sense to level 13. Let's do that. Why not? Let's put it there. Paste. We'll give them to them a little bit earlier, and now it actually makes it's a bit more useful. Dear, I still am a little concerned about the hearing thing, but yeah, level 13. Thank you, Pale Rider, for that suggestion. That was a good idea. I was kind of thinking that way. I just didn't quite get there. Okay, Slippery Mind, which is level 15. By 15th level, you have acquired greater mental strength. You gain proficiency in wisdom saving throws. Oh, you've got to be kidding. No, it's a level 15 feature, and we are giving them that. Why? Level 15? Are you kidding me? Doesn't the what is it, the monk get something that's even better than that? I'm sure they do. I'm sure the monk gets something better than that. And it's a level 15 feature. And proficiency in wisdom saving throws is it's pretty rotten. Where is this? Let me just find it. Monk, here we go. Monk. What is it that they get that allows them to strengthen their mind against stuff? Stillness of mind. You can use an action to end one effect on yourself that causes charmed or frightened. So that's not what we're talking about. No, it's not that one. No, that's languages. Saving throws, key points, diamond soul, proficiency on all saving throws. So here's an example of what's really weird. Diamond soul, not the revised monk that I did, but the monk with diamond soul at level 14, beginning at 14th level, your mastery of key grants you proficiency in all saving throws. Additionally, whenever you make a saving throw and fail, you can spend 1 key point to re-roll it and take the second result. Literally, that is the feature that the monk gets as Diamond Soul. So you get access to all saving throws. Slippery Mind in this form is really, really bad. And then you're getting it at 15th. I mean, it's 1 level difference, but this is a lot worse than what the monk gets. Is there another feature? Doesn't the barbarian get something where it gives them, all saving throws at some point? Like you have proficiency in all saving throws. I'm sure the barbarian does something like this as well. Where is it? So, no. Persistent rage, no. Relentless. Okay, no. Critical, no. Feral, no. Fast movement, no. Extra, no. Path, no. Danger sense doesn't do that. While you are wearing armor, no, that's not it. What's the other one? I don't think the bard gets anything that's sort of appropriate to what I was looking at. Is it the cleric won't? I don't think the cleric gets anything either. That's kind of like that, because I did that last week or the week before. And then the druid, I don't think the druid gets anything like that either. Timeless body, beast spells. Timeless body. Where are you? Rolling slow every time you do. No, so that's not the one I was looking at either. But it's 15th level, and all we're doing is we're giving them proficiency. Man, Slippery Mind sucks. What have they done? They kept Slippery Mind here, didn't they? Stoke of Luck. Rogue started out proficient in a lot of saves. Might even be something they already have proficiency at 15th level. And by 15th level. Yeah, but they don't get any additional. They just get 2 saving throws that they are proficient in, just like everybody else. They don't get anything else. They get the evasion, which basically means you get to. I mean, it's advantage, isn't it? If I remember right, it's just advantage that we're dealing with. Evasion. So, yes, when you're subject to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw, you only take half damage. You know, when if you fail, you take half damage, and if you succeed, you take, you know, if you take half damage if you fail. If you succeed, you take no damage. So it's not really. I mean, it's not all of them, but my first instinct with the rogue, with this slippery mind, is to call it something else and to give them benefits in all saving throws. Proficiency in by level 15. So I'm really tempted to just give them proficiency in all saving throws at level 15. Does it make sense narratively? If you think in terms of what a rogue does it make sense to give them that feature just across the board? I mean, I guess that's the thing I'm thinking about, is like, is there something to compare it that sort of, it's got some sort of, I'm sure there is a feature that deals with saving throws. Maybe it's one of the other things that have been put out by Wizards of the Coast that I'm just not thinking of. But again, it's narratively, it's so weak too. Does it even make sense? Charmed, saving throws, retaliation, no. Features, totem, spirit, bear. It's resistance to everything pretty much in terms of damage. Negatory. Man, I really hate that feature so much. Slippery Mind is awful. And as far as I can tell, your cunning mind is exceptionally difficult to control. You gain proficiency in wisdom and charisma saving throws. Well, okay, so let's think about Slippery Mind as dealing with enchantment and controlling somebody's mind. At level 15, it's probably a good point that we sort of, we deal with that. So you gain proficiency in wisdom and charisma. We can do that. Saving throws. I'm going to add something else in, and I think you'll tell me whether you disagree. Yeah, Fred. Yes, let's do that. Absolutely. Level 15. Let's do that. Sixth Sense. Okay, you have acquired a mental. Okay, so here we go. So, mental is charisma, strength, not so much that, but okay, you have acquired greater mental and physical strength. You gain proficiency in now we already have wisdom, we've already got intelligence, we've already got dexterity, so we're going to go strength, all three stats. Yeah, but we've already got 2. So we're adding another 4. Did I mean? Because we already get at the beginning, we already get dexterity and intelligence saving throws. So strength, constitution, constitution, wisdom, and charisma. Saving throws. I am also tempted, Fred, to give them to make sure that they. I'm also tempted to make it that they can't be mind controlled or they can't be charmed. You tell me what you think about that. Additionally, you can't be charmed by magic. That seem about right? Is it sixth? I mean, do you call it sixth sense? Let's do this. Sixth sense. There, that's better. All right, let's undo this and bold, underline. Or you now have proficiency in all of your stats, saving throws, to remind them of the other two. Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I don't know that we need to additionally, because you already have. You gain proficiency in all. Here we go. I'll just write that. All saving throws. Okay. That's shorter. It's simpler. Advantage versus charm and domination. Okay. Additionally, you have advantage. I can live with that actually. Advantage on what do you call it? Saving throws and ability checks related to being charmed or dominated by magic. Being charmed or dominated by magic. Does that look about right? Does that seem more like a 16th level feature for a character who is a rogue? I think that's a lot better than it was, in my opinion. Because I think what we had before was just it was just too weak for a level 15 feature. It was just way down the. That still might not be good enough for a level 15th feature, but it almost feels like the Jedi Master sort of thing going on for a rogue. Anyway, let's leave that as is. And let's have a look at elusive, level 18. And almost out of time. I'm going to end my day very shortly. Advantage and proficiency, they aren't failing often. No, they're not failing them often. It's level 15. They're probably not going to be failing them that much anyway at level 15. Anyway. Beginning at 18th level, you are so elusive that attackers rarely gain the upper hand against you. No attack roll has advantage against you while you aren't incapacitated. Oh, you've got to be kidding. Too easy to have already had the proficiency. Okay. This is a really bad feature. For 18th level, it's a really bad feature. I'm fine with having weaker abilities at low level because that makes a lot of sense. But at high levels, we shouldn't be doing that. Again, this is a an attack. This is a dice mechanic. I despise dice mechanics as high level features. It's really not a great thing to do. Let's have a look here. Elusive. Beginning at 18th level, you have... No, I don't think so. I think that's kind of ridiculous. No attack roll has advantage against you while you aren't incapacitated. I think there needs to be something else added to this. And I don't even know if it's going to be enough. Not for 18th level. What did they do with Elusive? Did they ditch it? Did they get rid of it on the Unearthed Arcana? Or did they keep it? Elusive. You are so evasive that attackers really gain the upper hand against you. No attack roll can have advantage against you unless you have the incapacitated condition. So it's really, they left it exactly the same. It's such a poor feature at level 18. And I don't really want to give them more stuff at level 18 that's combat related. But it just, because it's built that way already, and I'm not entirely sure I've got any notes that help me move it to something else. We are giving them Spymaster Spoils. Spymaster Spoils is actually probably, I mean, getting a legendary magic item is probably better than that, ultimately. Let's have a little look at this and see this. Elusive. I could move Elusive to level 17. I could move it there. Spymaster Spoils. And we could leave it to 17. That still doesn't solve the problem that it's still really not that great. Cut. I'm going to put it at level 17. So we're going to shift it there. We're going to give it to them a little bit earlier. And we need to do something with it that actually makes it... Now this is 6th sense. 6th sense. 6th sense. 15, 17, 15, 17, 15, 17. 15, 17. Goes, so many of them aren't that great. 15. We'll make it 17th level. Elusive. Beginning at 17th level, you are so elusive that attackers really gain the upper hand against you. No attack roll has advantage against you while you aren't incapacitated. Additionally, I'm going to add another thing. I don't even know if this is enough. Additionally, you can't be surprised. It kind of sort of fits with what you were talking about here. Can't get the upper hand on them. The problem with just adding that is I don't even know if that's enough, because when you think about how a barbarian works, I mean, it's basically duplicating the alert feat, but at level 17. Not that I'm fond of feats myself. But you think about it and think danger sense is kind of like this. You essentially can't be surprised. Okay, alright, so I'm going to change that up. I don't think that's enough, actually, but I might just highlight that section there, and actually I'm going to put a big red mark there. I'm not too sure about that at all. That just doesn't seem good enough for a level 17 feature. Do I make it blue? Blue. Blue's like, what's going on there, Fred? And then there was one that was also red, and that I was not very keen on. And I think, actually, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to switch it over to what I had before. What I come up with, I think I'm happier with. I want to do that. So we'll do that. I'm going to keep that there. Okay, cool. And that's that. Spymaster Spoils. Need to hit, okay. Never had to deal with Elusive, so not sure how potent it becomes erases advantage of the opponent, so it allows disadvantage to still work against the opponent. It's an approximately +7 AC situation. It's very situational. It's why I put down they can't be surprised, because at least that will come up more often. This is one of the hassles, right? When you create features that are so situational, you're never going to use them because they just can't function within the game system that you've got. Like, what's the point in having them? Now, thieves can't. We'll come back to that some other day. I don't think I'm going to get to that today. Safe house, stronghold rights. We'll deal with that another day. Reliable talent. I wasn't really happy with this. I'm probably going to put this in blue, not in yellow, just because I'm just not really sold on this as a level 11 feature. It just seems kind of junk. But then there's so many like that, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, Stoke of Luck, which we've got to deal with at some point. Let's see if we can at least do something with this before I go. That's that. Okay, at 20th level, you have Uncanny Knack for succeeding when you need to. If your attack misses a target within range, you can turn the miss into a hit. Alternatively, if you fail an ability check, you can treat the D20 as a 20. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Well, it's not going to be a short rest. I'm getting rid of that. That in itself always pisses me off. Long rests, yeah. It's a level 20 feature. One level 20, like one dice roll that where you can count on getting a 20 before you take a long rest is probably fine. It doesn't really come up that much. Yeah, pretty hard to come up with the advantage versus the PCs at that. Yeah, exactly. I don't really think that a mentor, because it's a rogue. I don't really think that's the thing that I want to do with them. The epic boon, getting an epic boon, fine. I think all of this really does apply to them. I don't think that works for them at all. And scrolls. We really haven't anything around reading magic scrolls and stuff like that. Followers, decoders. We've done the followers. We've got that sorted out. We're using agents. We haven't done Thieves Can't, Backstab. Well, Backstab is just, we've dealt with that. That's sneak attack now, isn't it? Climbing, lockpicking. Yes, I agree. Select, your character can select an epic boon. I think it's potent provided we're not using the epic boons from the Dungeon Master Guide, because the epic boons from the Dungeon Master Guide are pretty crap, if you ask me. Again, I don't want to put this in yellow. I'm not sold on this at all. This is again one of those things where I don't think that it's quite right. So what I'm going to do is I'll put that in blue. I've made some adjustments to it. And I need a drink of water. And then I need to sort of, what is Wizards of the Coast doing with this? Are they doing anything that sort of stands out? You have an uncanny knack for succeeding when you need to. Again, it's the same thing. If you fail a D20 test, you can turn the roll into a 20. So they've just gone with any 20-sided dice roll. And then, of course, you get it back on a short or a long rest. I think just go long rest. Give them the epic boon. I mean, level 20 needs to be impressive. Back in the original 2E, there were some scrolls unable to be, they can't be read. Yes, I remember seeing it, Fred. Thank you for reminding me. But we need to have something that sort of does deal with that aspect for the rogue as well, which I haven't built at this present time. So, okay, so let's do this. If you fail, I mean, that's really what it's trying to do. It's trying to do all of it. So if you fail a 20-sided dice roll, you can treat the D20 roll as a 20. That's it. Done. Still, I don't like this. It still doesn't quite work for me. Okay, let's just move this. And then additionally, your character can select an epic boon. There. Still going to leave it in blue. I'm not really, yeah. Okay. So we've still got a little bit of work to do. There are a few things that aren't there that need to be sorted out. This class is not nearly as... I'm almost tempted to move expertise. I mean, does expertise need to be at level 1? We could actually move it to level 2. What did they do? Kind of curious now. They've really loaded out level 1, haven't they? Look at this. You've got Thieves Can't. You've got Sneak Attack. And we've got Thieves Can't, Sneak Attack, and Expertise. Let's just move Thieves Can't now to level 2. Let's just spread it out. It doesn't have to be straight away. Let's do that. I'm going to just move that around. I haven't even decided what it's going to look like, but I'm not going to make it level 1. There's too much going on in the very beginning. It's too much. Too busy. What's this? One of my favourite joke scrolls for a good time called Chucky the Elf. Chucky is a type of... is that a level 4 or level 6 Baylor who comes and grabs his new toy that read the scroll. Okay. All right. Nice. Okay, so level 2 Thieves Can't is going to go there. So starting at second level. During your rogue training, you learned Thieves Can't, a secret mix of dialect, jargon, and codes that allow you to hide messages, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not going to deal with that today. That's coming back another day. But anything else that I feel like I need to move? No. 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 And there's probably a couple of things I would like to add as well. It's just where to add them, I guess. If anything, this is... Level 7 is the expertise thing, which you get at first level and you get a bit more later on. This is like what's going on here. I'm tempted to put something in there, but is that soon enough? Okay, all right. I'm tired now. My brain is going to fry, and I'm ready to sort of put it away. So I'll be back in about 2 weeks to work on this again. at this present time, there are a few things to work on. I think I need to add in a new feature that I haven't got there. Really to sort of double down on what the rogue is supposed to be good at. We've done everything except for Thieves' Cant, which I think has always been terrible, so I need to do something that's going to be better. We still haven't finished off and dealt with Safe House and Stronghold rights, so it's not going to be called Stronghold rights. They need to be getting some sort of home base or hideout. So I haven't dealt with that. I've only got a basic structure. I'm not very happy with reliable talent, but I've done some work on it, but not a lot of work on it. We are elusive. We've done some work on elusive, but I don't think it's where it needs to be, not for a level 17 feature, which used to be level 18. We have Spymaster Spoils. So Spymaster Spoils is something that I've put in there. It's going to be level 18. I'm not ready for that. I've done some changes to Stroke of Luck, but Stroke of Luck, not Stoke of Luck, Stroke of Luck. Yeah. So here, I guess I've done some changes to that, but I haven't done everything that I need to with that as well. So there's a few things to be dealt with, and and there's a lot to sort of cover in a very, very short space of time. So I'm gonna definitely work through it. I think the things that need to be doubled down on are the picking locks or pickpocketing as well, finding traps, disarming traps, moving silently, their ability to climb. I want them to be able to climb a bit better than others. Reading languages and magic scrolls has always been a factor for them. Setting traps is something I want to include. And then decoding and puzzle solving in some way, which I think is going to be tied into Thieves' Cant. I think that's where it needs to go. I just don't know how it will look. So I'm still unsure how to approach that. There must be a way of doing it that'll help, but not completely sure how to achieve that yet. Anyway, it's been a time, 5 hours. As I said, next week I'll be doing a review of a free resource, something that you don't have to pay for. You can just download for free. And yeah, that's the plan. So what should I start working on first for the rogue? So we said revise old features. So we've done a lot of that. We've revised almost all of them, apart from Thieves' Cant, which has always been complete rubbish. Hard to adjudicate, hard for players to figure out how to use. Anyway, let's end that poll. Fred, without your help, I would have got stuck a lot. Phil, thank you for being here. Pale Rider, thank you for hanging out. You guys have been great without you, and it was nice to have Wally show up for a little while. Eddie, we had a couple of Eddies, Eater of Crabs, Steve. Yeah, there's been a bunch of you that really helped sort of get things moving. Pale Rider. So yes, I am smashed. I am absolutely exhausted. Time to go. Anyway, thank you to all of my patrons who support me on Patreon so I can keep doing this. Thank you for watching and listening and following along with me and suggesting your any ideas and giving feedback. I do appreciate it. Even if I didn't take it on board, I am listening. Anything that will help solve problems I can't solve, I'm interested in listening to. Thank you for taking part in the poll. And say, look, wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, please look after yourself, your family, and your friends. Be nice to your neighbours. And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.